Hey guys, good morning. What's up? Huh, that's weird. It's not telling me. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say, it's not telling me how many people are here. Hi guys, what's up? Hey Jen, hey Judy, hey Marty. How are you guys? Hey Carla. Ah, yes, the owl theory. My eyes are itching. Guys, I'm tired. I don't know why I'm so tired. Okay. Dude. At my age, I can hide my own Easter eggs, wait 20 minutes, and have no clue where I hid them. Yep, about right. Which reminds me, when I was a kid, oh my goodness, my mom told this story every frickin' Easter. And it embarrassed me so bad. When I was a kid, my mom volunteered to decorate eggs for the Easter egg hunt at church. So when the kids were hunting Easter eggs, I don't know why I thought this. I thought I was supposed to find the ones that my mom brought to church, like my Easter eggs. So I would see an Easter egg and I wouldn't put it in my basket because it wasn't mine. And then another kid would come in and swoop in and grab the egg. And my mom's like, "Get the eggs, Debbie." They weren't my eggs, so I wasn't taking them. I wasn't taking somebody else's egg. Oh, goodness. It has been I don't know how long I've had members, but I do know it's been a year at least since I have become friends with you guys. Judy and Wiggles and Jill, I think, were some of the first people in my chat because I remember last year we were talking about how cold it was going to be on Easter. And I said something about the kids were going to have to hunt Easter eggs in the snow. And Jill said, "Yeah, don't paint them. Let's make it a challenge." Is what telling me that I'm late? I'm not late. Um, oh, I remember what I was going to say. Speaking of Easter egg hunts, I'm going to do there's an Easter egg hunt at Epcot that I'm going to do on Saturday. I've only seen one of the eggs. I'm assuming they're all similar. Um, they're like literally like that big. And the one I've seen, so I know where one is because I've already found it. They give you a piece of paper with stickers, and when you find it, you put the sticker on the paper where you found it, and you get a prize if you get them all. It was at Epcot. It was in the France Pavilion. I don't know why. I guess there's no rhyme or reason. But it looked like Rabbit from Winnie the Pooh. So it was a yellow egg painted to look like rabbit, and it had rabbit ears coming off of it. It's so cute. A neighbor, Larry Pollard, came up with an alternative killer. He claims an owl attacked Kathleen. He said it sliced her scalp with its talons, collapsing at the stairwell and bleeding to death. When the media heard about his theory, Larry was mocked. Author Titty Smith explores Pollard's theory and questions whether law enforcement ignored or even hid evidence to convict Peterson. He wrote a book in 2021 titled Death by Talons. Okay. Okay. I was going to do another body cam video, but there's not a lot of people here. So we'll just go right into the trial. Maybe we'll take a break later and watch it when there's more people. Okay, this is going to start right in with some crime scene footage. And the body is still there, so
the location of the scene. I will be pausing things and I'll ask you to describe what is observed in that scene. And I want you to also relate that back to what is marked as State's Exhibit D2 so that the jury has a full understanding of exactly where everything is. Okay? You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can use this. Make sure that you're in a position as you're speaking so that the jurors all can see exactly what you're doing. Okay?
Start out if we'll be able to see from this angle.
All right, and what is this exactly?
I don't think this will help see. I think the problem is that
Does that work? Can everybody still see?
thank you.
Exactly what is this?
From the particular angle that's shown on the TV, I'm standing right up here on the floor, on the circular stairwell. The shot of being taken right straight into the Kent Street entrance of the home.
All right. And what is this frame of the video?
That's showing the droplet of blood that I had found earlier, and it's approximately 8 feet out into the brick walkway from the slate porch of the entrance to the home.
Okay, can you show it exactly in the video here? Because it looks like there's a little glare from the camera.
Can you bring it into space?
Let's try.
welcome back, Jennifer.
see the droplet.
You need to keep your voice up now.
The droplet appeared to have been right between the two bricks right here, which again was approximately 8 feet from the entrance, from the slate front porch.
That late.
And what's depicted in this frame and video?
This was the first observed droplet of blood that we found on my exiting back out of the residence the first time, and it was depicted right here on the slate front porch. The planter was moved from the side of the doorway to denote the droplet of blood so no one would be stepping on it.
And there appears to be kind of a white circle around what was shown in this frame. What was that?
From the time that I first initially observed it, the paper was placed down, the planter was put there. This was approximately 15 to 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. And this is because of the weather. This has started grabbing a circle around the droplet of blood.
Did you either lift this drop of blood or the one that was earlier in the
No,
walkway?
Didn't.
And why didn't you do that?
Our main function at that time, and what we were concerned about, was the inside scene, and this was completely overlooked.
All right.
Wait, so somebody put a vase over a blood droplet on the porch? That's why the vase was there in that weird. That look, it's so why would anybody do that? I mean, that's stupid. Cuz look, as you're looking toward the house, maybe. There. That is the most unnatural place in the world to put a vase. Who is going to think that is where someone normally puts a vase? It's right in the middle of the doorway as you're walking in. And someone thought that was a good thing to put on top of a blood droplet to hide it? Okay. I thought this guy was smart.
It's just started grabbing a circle around the droplet of blood.
Did you either lift this drop of blood or the one that was earlier in the
No,
walkway?
Didn't.
And why didn't you do that?
Our main function at that time, and what we were concerned about, was the inside scene, and this was completely overlooked.
All right. Yeah, do you know this officer here? Can you tell who that is?
No, I can't tell.
Can you tell what's on the bottom of his feet?
There were booties on the bottom of the feet.
And that was consistent with what the others were wearing.
That's correct.
And I think you indicated in your direct examination, you all provided those booties to them.
That's correct. If you turn it back, you'll see the little plastic container that was all of our protective equipment at the entrance to the door.
And where would that have been located here?
That would have been located right at the front entrance of the door.
Okay. Now, let me stop it for just a second. It looks like you're videotaping a little bit, and there appears to be a break and then more videotaping. Can you describe to the jury exactly what you were doing there?
I was stepping up on the step and trying to step over the blood. So if it looks like it has been that I have been moving around, that's exactly what I was making sure that I didn't step into that little drop of the blood and up on the steps and into the front entrance foyer of the home.
Well, I feel like this videotape is an absolute continuous stream, or
There were breaks. There were breaks.
And why were those?
Because of my movement through the house.
What's depicted in this frame?
That would be a smear of blood, which would be right on the entrance to the Kent Street door going into the residence.
What's depicted here in this frame?
As I stated earlier, when I go into a scene, I like to try to do a 360. This is as I stepped inside the front door of the residence. I was starting my 360 to the south end of the hallway, which would have been going down this way towards the library.
It is not a library. It is a library. It is not a library.
Excuse me. What's shown here?
Again, as I made my complete 360 around, I started coming into the entrance of the Kent Street side, made my viewing around, and this is the back side of the door
Library.
of the Kent Street door, and
went
that is
down to
blood
the
smear on the back side of the door.
I can't read, but I went there anyway to the library.
Now, there are some keys located here in this door. Did you take those?
No, sir, I did not take those.
What is depicted in this photograph here?
This photograph is, again, this is pointing up to this is a shot of the north hallway going down to, there is a set of stairways that go down here, down into the basement, which is a 2-car garage in the bottom of the home.
And does this door access that?
Yes, it does.
Exactly what's shown here.
This is the body of Mrs. Peterson, who is right in this area here of the hallway. This is a north hallway. The way that she was positioned when we observed her, at her feet, you'll notice the paper towels, the tennis shoes, there's a pair of gels and towels at her right leg and foot.
Now, you had indicated that you'd taken some tennis shoes and socks in your earlier direct examination.
Yes, sir.
Are those shown here?
They are.
Would you please point them out?
Here are the shoes and tennis shoes here and socks around here.
Okay.
Here are the gels.
Okay. Now, with respect to the gels, I mean, these flip-flops, wherever they are, Why did you take those?
No, I did not take those.
Why did you not take that?
Upon my examination of the shoes, I did not observe any blood on the shoes at all.
Okay. And with respect to the towels here and the paper towels there and those things, did you collect any of that?
I did not,
And why not?
because there was transfer blood on the paper towels that appeared to have been wipe marks where they were saturated with what appeared to be blood. There was nothing that showed me that there were any droplets of blood. There was just blood staining on the towels.
And with respect to taking items such as this, do you have some discretion about whether to do that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And with that discretion, you make decisions about what to take and what not to take.
That's correct.
Do you also do that in conjunction with the investigator?
I do. That's correct.
And what are you trying to illustrate here when
I was a pediatric nurse, there's a central line that gets placed sometimes called a PICC line. It's peripherally inserted central catheter. So it gets it's like an IV. It gets placed in your arm, but it's a long, very long tube. So it gets it put in your arm. On the outside, just looks like a regular IV. It gets put in your arm, but it goes up your arm and it goes right outside your heart. And it's called a PICC line, which is PICC, peripherally inserted central catheter. So this one guy, his kid had a PICC line, and I don't remember what it was, but he just went off on me about his kid's picket line. And it was just his picket line. Everything was his picket line. So I went to the charge nurse, he was like a huge jokester, and like he had a great sense of humor, like that morbid sense of humor. And he helped me get through this situation with this guy. But then afterwards, the rest of the night, well, actually, I think it was the joke lasted like maybe at least a week. Like it was picket line, or the next week at least. Every time me and that charge nurse worked together, every picket line was a picket line. So we started calling all the picket lines picket lines. It's just too funny. But yeah, that I will never forget that night, and that dad just, it was a picket line.
taking this video?
This is transfer blood, and I really can't tell you where it was from. There was several, I think there were 3 markings in the hallway here that showed that this was transfer blood.
And when you talk about transfer blood, what do you mean?
They could have been on the bottom of someone's shoe, where someone had stepped into blood and it tracked off from it.
Now, you're not an expert in the field of blood stain analysis or blood spatter analysis.
That's why I am not.
How can you tell us that is transfer blood?
You can test it with a phenolphthalein, and that would just determine whether or not if the chemicals were to turn, that would test positive for blood.
Okay. Exactly what's depicted here.
This is showing the 3 steps. 1, 2, 3. The 3 steps, the angle steps that I had explained earlier, showing the corner and going up the steps. This would, from this point here, this would be the start of the first clear step going up the stairway. But this is the complete entrance to the stairway itself. showing from my point of view going into it with Mrs. Peterson and the way that she was positioned. She had towels on her head and paper towels on the steps.
Now, with respect to these areas here, did you see blood there?
Yes, so there was blood. There was blood on the steps, blood on the risers, blood in the corners. Of course, blood all over the walls and on the moldings, both inside and out.
What about this area right here? Did you know what that was?
Yes, if you look here, here, and here, it appeared that this had been wiped.
Okay. Was there any other appearance of wiping in any of this area?
You know, most on the back side of the stairway, on the hallway, the walls, and on some of the steps and some of the back risers of the steps.
And what's shown here in that photograph?
These are blood smears that were on site. There was smearing on the inside.
Now that I see the actual crime scene photos or video, whatever, that's way too much blood for a fall down the stairs. Way too much. Yeah. Yeah. That's way too much blood for a fall down the stairs. That's just. I can't even think of the word. That's not a death by falling down the stairs. That's impossible. I mean, it's not impossible to die by falling downstairs, but you wouldn't have that amount of blood. And if you look at the wall up by her head, it wouldn't look like that. Like, even. Right. Like, if her head had hit that wall, like, hard enough to cause a laceration, well, it wouldn't have caused lacerations on her scalp. Because the wall is blunt, it's not sharp. Like, let's say she did hit it hard enough to fracture her skull. She didn't have a skull fracture, though. She just had scalp lacerations. The story doesn't fit with the autopsy. The story doesn't fit with the autopsy findings.
Don't be suspicious. No. Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Kom, ze tikken stennis op! Kom eruit! Ze tikken stennis op! Ze tikken stennis op!
It doesn't work.
And on the outside of the casing, the door casing that led into the stairwell.
But if there was blood on the wall, I didn't finish my thought. If there was blood, if there was blood on the wall, like if she fell and fell hard enough to hit that wall for it to be bloody, she would have had to have a skull fracture. It wouldn't have made. See, I'm thinking if it had been a skull fracture, it would have been like a spot of blood on the wall, not that like all over the wall like that. And it looks like he tried to clean it up. Because it's not in like a blood spatter pattern that actually looks like someone that might have fallen down the stairs and hit their head. It's weird. I've not seen the floor plan. I'm having a hard time trying to figure out the house itself because there's 2 staircases. I mean, I've seen houses that do have like a back staircase and a front staircase, but I'm trying to figure out the front door. Where is that other? Isn't what was that the front door that they went? Yeah, that was the front door. Oh, never mind. That's just gonna confuse me more if I try to figure out the floor plan of the house. Yeah, big house.
Describe what's in that frame, please.
This is blood on the doorway, and it appears to have been run down.
What's depicted in this frame?
These are other blood stains that I observed inside the stairway. As you can see.
Oh, that's a good place to stop. Good. That'll help me illustrate my point. It couldn't have been an owl either. Because if the owl attacked her as she was going into the house, and these barred owls, they say, will attack humans. They'll just swoop down and attack you. I don't know why an animal would just have the instinct to attack someone for no reason, but apparently they say they do. And the theory is that the owl dive bombed her. She was going into the house, and she reached up and trying to get it off her head, and it sliced her scalp. She lost blood. She went into the house and collapsed from blood loss. Was there a blood trail from outside into where the stairwell was? And if she collapsed where she collapsed, number one, she'd be on her face, right? Because if you're walking into the house and you feel woozy from blood loss, you're not going to like turn around and fall backwards. And where she fell, if she was bleeding from an owl attack that happened outside, that blood isn't going to be on that wall like that. There should be no blood at all in the stairwell if she collapsed at the bottom of the stairwell from an owl attack. So the owl theory doesn't work either.
Right here, it appeared to me that this had been either wiped or smeared right in here.
And exactly where is this frame?
This frame is at the top of the stairwell, which we went around through the entrance for you. The main entrance would come through the back way. And this is at the top of the stairway, shooting down onto where this would be the head of Mrs. Peterson here.
Okay, can you point that out on the diagram?
I can.
How you all got there?
The way that we came in to this particular area is we came in from here around up the stairwell.
Maybe easier with smart Exhibit D1.
Again, we came in, this is where the body would have been lying right here. Back around up the stairway, back through this area, and then the hallway that goes back in here. This would be pointing back down towards northward, towards where Mrs. Peterson's body was at the bottom of the stairwell.
Okay, and that being the second floor.
That's correct. So we would come up here, come through here, come around, go the stairway, come around this way, come through here, back through a reading area, through a doorway right here, which led back down to the stairwell.
And did you see blood staining up in this area that you recall?
In the top landing,
Yes.
I don't recall seeing any at the top landing.
What's this right here?
This is a chairlift that evidently was put in when this home was built. There's a track that runs from top to bottom. This chair is in a folded up position as we see it right now, but it will sit down where a person could sit down in the chair and ride up and down the steps on the back stairway of the home.
Now, when you got there, was this in the up position or was it down?
It was in the up position just like it is right now.
Okay, so at that point, to your knowledge, it hadn't been moved?
No, sir, it has not been moved to my knowledge.
Did you find any blood up on the track that you recall?
Just on the bottom in this area, right on under the chair.
What's this angle show?
This is the position of the chair seated in an upright position. It was seated, it was standing up against the wall. This would be the corner of the stairway where it goes down.
And what does that look like for you?
This right here appears to me to have been or something had been wiped or smeared at the bottom at the very bottom on this step right here, and that's on the molding.
And what about this area in here?
Again, it also appeared to have been wiped.
What's depicted here? Did you notice any blood staining in this area?
Yes, sir. There was, if you count up about 6 steps from the bottom, there was blood staining here, up around the molding of the steps here, and then there was like transfer blood on the steps.
Did you notice any blood in this area?
On one of the steps going up, there was what appeared to be a stain of blood going up the steps. This would be it here.
Now, exactly where is this?
This would be what we're looking at right here would be the reading area. I would be coming back out from the stairway area here, and we're starting in this corner, coming back around, going this way. This would be the reading area at the top landing of the stairwell.
And did you find any blood staining anywhere up here at all?
No, sir, did not.
Now, which room is this?
That's, if I'm not mistaken, that may be, I'm not really sure what bedroom that would be.
Okay. Why did you take a photograph of this?
If you'll go on, we'll run a little bit further. It was pointed to me that this appeared to be some type of a walking stick or a piece of wood. At one time we thought that may have been or could have been used as a weapon. So that was what the reason I photographed that.
But you didn't seize it? You did not seize it?
It had with anything on it?
Yeah, I mean, you did not seize it, you didn't take it.
Right. That's why I did not, there was nothing there.
And you checked to determine whether
I did.
blood on it?
I certainly did.
We've already seen that.
Yes, sir.
Now, I think it indicated that you didn't recover any other jewelry from Miss Peterson other than the Rolex watch. Is that right?
That's correct.
Right here. Just a little bit. There's a pair of glasses right there. You see those?
I did.
Did you examine those at some point during your investigation?
I did.
And if you would, please describe to the jury what condition they were.
The glasses were laid down with the lens down on the step. They were around the paper towels, and upon my examination, there was no blood on the glasses.
Okay. Did you recover those items?
I did not,
And why not?
because there was staining on the paper towel, which there was no droplets found on the paper towel itself. Just looked like it had been wiped. And the glasses I did not collect because there was no blood on the glasses.
Now, if you would, please describe what's contained in this area here.
This is just showing Mrs. Peterson in the way that she was positioned with the clothing that she had on at the time. The purplish type sweat shirt that she had on. As I stated earlier, that there were leads on Mrs. Peterson here. It shows one, along with her sweatpants here, that were stained with what appeared to me to be blood.
What about this area here?
There is rundown from the blood here that was on the backside where she was leaning against. This area in here, as you can see, the darker areas here, just there were a few places that were wet that would have transferred blood by a great deal, and that would have been right under where Mrs. Peterson, right under her back, where it appeared to be like a little drip from the back side of her shirt where it was, and then right up under where she was seated.
Now, what about with respect to this area here? What was the condition of it?
There's a lot of transfer blood here, but if you can see here, this was a puddling of the blood which was under Mrs. Peterson's back.
What was the condition of the blood from here back?
Everything from here back was dry.
Okay, what about with respect to right here?
Here were just a few places that looked like droplets of blood here, and then the puddling right up here. Everything was dry except for those small places.
What's depicted in this photograph, or excuse me, this video frame?
This is inside the kitchen den area that comes around from here, coming back. This would be the area right here,
Okay.
inside the kitchen area.
And let me go back just a little bit. I think you indicated that Mr. Peterson brushed past you to hold his wife.
Yes, sir.
Where exactly was he? Can you see it in this frame? We need to go back a little further.
You need to go back.
Is that good?
Yes. And Mr. Peterson rushed by me and ran through the house. He came in and he knelt and then turned around and he seated himself right here facing Mrs. Peterson
Okay.
in this direction.
Where were his legs at that point?
His legs were extended out towards below the steps.
Okay. What's depicted in this frame?
This is showing transfer of blood from, in this particular area again, here.
What was the condition of this blood here?
All of the blood was dry except for what was under Mrs. Peterson, even in the stairwell.
Okay. Who was that if you know?
That was probably, it was one of my two co-workers from the feed. I can't tell whether it was Angie Powell or Eric Campen.
Okay. And those white things, what were those?
Those were Tyvek booties.
Now, what's depicted in this frame here?
This is on the top counter around in this area here of the little island counter that comes out showing wine bottles.
Did you all see those?
We did.
All right. Do you recall what type of wine was supposed to be in the bottles?
No, sir, I didn't observe that.
What's shown here in this frame?
This is the little sink in the area here on the little counter item.
And And what about these other items that are?
So this is 2 wine glasses here.
At some point, did you all see those?
Yes, we did.
Did you notice what was in the glasses, if anything?
There was a liquid in both of the bottom of the glasses,
Do you recall what color it was?
sort of a teige color.
Now, with respect to the pot here, did you take that?
No, I did not.
Any magazines or DVD or anything like that? Did you take it out?
Just the wine glasses.
All right, there appears to be some other items in this frame. What are those?
Like a set of keys and maybe the cork top to the wine bottle.
Did you take those?
No, sir, I did not.
Why not?
I just didn't take it at the time.
Did it have any relevance to you?
No, sir, it did not.
Did it have any blood on it or anything?
No,
like
it did
that?
not.
And you see a telephone there. Did you take that?
No, sir, I did not.
And why not?
I don't have an explanation for that.
18 months later, you're probably taking it, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall whether there was blood on that phone?
There was a stain on the phone, and as I viewed the phone, I couldn't make a determination whether it was blood or whether it was a stain.
Okay. What is this right here?
This is what appears to be blood stain on an open cabinet in front of the sink, the large sink, right at the kitchen here.
And which side of the under?
It was under the left side.
Okay. And where was that stain?
The stain,
Yes, sir.
it was on the open door under the cabinet, under the sink
If you would please point it out on this front.
here.
What's shown in this front?
Again, this is the kitchen sink, left sink with what appears to me to be blood staining in the sink itself.
And did you take any of those things in that?
No, sir, I did not. They did not appear to have any blood, what appeared to be blood stain on.
Describe what's in this front, please. And where's it located on it?
This is the couch that I testified to earlier where Mr. Todd Peterson had picked up Mr. Michael Peterson, taken him around and seated him on the couch. That is going to be this couch right here. This would be, again, in the little breakfast den area here.
And was there any blood staining on this couch?
It was.
That you'd noted?
Yes, it was.
And where was that located? I'm sorry, go forward.
Yes, sir. It was standing on the back cushions of the couch. Stains on the arm and the back cushions of the couch.
Now, we just saw a flash there. What was that?
I'm sorry, back it up.
Was Ms. Powell taking photographs?
Yes, she was. She was taking photographs behind me while I was videotaping.
Did you note whether there was blood on the bottom of Ms. Peterson's feet?
There was blood on the bottom of Miss Peterson's feet, up her ankles, on her hands. That almost the whole entire sole of her foot was covered in blood.
Is that the end of the tape?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you indicated earlier in your testimony this morning that you all signed off or called off a little after midnight. So that would have been going into the 10th. Of
Yes, sir.
December. All right. When you called off, what did you all do?
We went home.
Okay. Get some rest.
Yes, sir.
At some point later that day, were you involved in other activities at the Peterson residence?
Yes, sir. After going home and getting some rest, we turned back to headquarters for a brief meeting, and we returned back out to the Peterson home.
And what was the purpose of going back to the Peterson residence at that point?
For further examination.
Okay, exactly what did you do and with whom were you doing it?
I returned back out. It was Eric Campen and myself.
Yes, sir.
And Eric Campen and I were, our main concentration was in the back stairwell again.
Okay, and what were you doing there?
Examining for any type of trace evidence that was in the hairs, fibers, blood, anything that was in the stairway that would help us out.
Okay, go ahead and describe what you did on the 10th with Mr. Campen to collect evidence. Exactly.
Well, we suited up in Tyvek, and that's the white suits that you've seen us in. And we went back in there. We were down with tweezers and all, collecting hairs and fibers and samples of the wood, molding samples from the stairwell itself on the walls. And that took up most of the day.
Okay. Were other officers with you there at that location?
They were there, but they were not back in the stairwell.
Okay.
They were doing a search inside and outside the home.
Okay. And do you recall whether those were investigators, or whether they were other officers, uniformed patrol officers, anything like that?
Both. There were investigators and uniformed officers there.
Okay. With respect to what you seized on the 10th, again, kind of go through and describe what you took and where you located it.
We found some Cipro biopsy bottles in the trash can outside the residence.
Well, I'm going to object unless this officer actually is the person who found it. My understanding was he was inside, not outside looking in the trash.
Well, he may have been part of the team that collected, Mr. Hart, but we need to know what he did.
Yes, sir.
If he didn't collect it, he needs to
Yes, sir.
give us an explanation as to how he knows it. So sustain.
Let's concentrate on exactly what you collected at that point, and then we'll go to what others
Okay.
actually delivered to you.
You want to know exactly what I collected on the 10th, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Let's just stay with that right now, and then we'll go to the other items.
There was a wallet and handbag which was found in the entrance foyer,
Do you remember generally where that was?
just inside the front door, just before you step down into the steps of the spiral stairway in the entrance foyer, entering from the Kent Street side.
All right.
There was $5.30 of U.S. currency that was found inside the handbag. There was a portfolio also in the entrance foyer. There was an attaché case that I pulled out of a Jaguar, the trunk of a Jaguar that was in the driveway. That's all I collected on the 10th.
Okay. Now, others during that time period collected things and then delivered them to you. Is that right?
That's correct.
And why would they have done that?
Because I was a lead crime scene technician on the scene, and I was responsible for turning in the property.
Okay. Now, when those items would have been delivered to you for collection, would they have indicated where those things were found or located?
Most of them, yes, sir.
Okay. With respect to what others collected on the 10th
Yes, sir.
and then delivered to you, if you go through and describe what those items are for.
I object to that to the extent that he's relying for the truth on what other officers may have told.
Mr. Hart. Your Honor, I anticipate calling others that collected items, and his testimony would be corroborative of what they would testify to.
All right, objections overruled.
There's also a relevance objection to at least some of these items. The mere fact that they obtained items doesn't make them relevant. And so I don't know what he's about to read off, but I'd like an offer of proof as to what he intends to offer, and then have a chance to be able to interpose objections on relevance grounds if that's appropriate.
Mr. Deputy, we're going to send the jury on a break at this point. Members of the jury, remember the instructions the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. I think what you should do when you finish your break, why don't you take a break until 2 o'clock, and then at 2 o'clock, if you will go to the jury pool room and make sure you're all there at 2 o'clock, and I'll determine what our status is at that time, and we'll send for you from that room. Don't come back here. All right. Well, Mr. Hart, there are at least two ways to do this. One more involved than the other. I presume, since it's your witness, you know what he's going to testify was collected. You could either tell us that way, or we can go through what he did. That may be a little bit more involved. I take it you have some kind of idea what he's going to say as to the items collected.
Yes, sir. I have his notes. I know. I think I have a pretty good idea what he's going to say as it relates to what was turned over to him for collection. Yes, sir.
Right. I mean, Mr. Rudolph, we can determine from there whether you have some relevancy objection. I'm not sure exactly how you want to proceed with.
Well, I guess the first question is he planning on offering every single item that was turned into or collected by Mr. George? That's the first question. If he is, then I'll be happy to go through and articulate relevance objections. The other objection I have at this point would be, even as to anything that the court determines is relevant, I would object to anything being shown to the jury until it is connected up by whatever officer found it, so that the jury understands where it came from on a first-hand basis, not on a hearsay basis. So I have a twofold objection. I don't have any problem with him establishing a foundation through this witness on items that are relevant, but I would object to anything being shown to the jury until the foundation is completed by the officer who actually found it.
Ms. Hart.
Your Honor, with respect to each of these items, I was going to lay a foundation for their collection and seizure. With respect to some of these items, because he collected those, I think that he can identify them and they can be presented to the jury. And some of these items had extensive expert examination. I'm not trying to get into the examination at this point, but let me just use an example. Mr. George seized Mr. Peterson's khaki pants. They had extensive expert examination. Well, at this point, all I'm doing is laying the foundation for that expert examination down the road. However, I believe that because he sees them from Mr. Peterson, we should be able to present them to go ahead and enter them to evidence and present them to the jury, because the jury, whether there's expert testimony about those pants or not, has heard that Mr. Peterson had them on, they had blood on them, they were collected, and they can draw whatever inferences they want to from the pants, the shirt, the tennis shoes, the socks, things such as that, simply as they exist right now without further testimony.
I would agree as to some of those items. For example, the shoes and the socks are in the same condition. I think the agent can probably testify, the officer can probably testify they're in the same condition. With regard to the shorts, they're not in the same condition. There was testing done to those shorts, which was destructive. There were holes placed in them. There was blood dropped on it. Those are in a different condition than they were in when Mr. George got them. And it would be completely misleading for the jury to be able to look at those until they have the testimony about what changes were made to them and how they were made. So with regard to the shorts, I think it would be entirely inappropriate at this point, unless and until Agent Deaver comes in here and explains, the little holes that he made and the little blood drops that he put on and exactly what he did, because that's there now and it wasn't there when Mr. George got him. With regard to other things that Mr. George himself seized, obviously I have no problem with that, as long as they're in the same condition, as long as the testing hasn't changed them in any way.
But even as to the shorts, can't this witness testify that if he has a recollection of what the shorts look like, can he provide that to the jury, that they did not have the holes?
Except there are a number of tiny little drops of blood that had been put on there by Agent Deaver. I don't think Mr. George is going to be in a position to say this little drop here was on there or this little drop there wasn't. I think, all he could say at this point in truthfulness is he took the shorts and there was blood and there was spatter on them. And then he put them in a bag. The location of
that may be all that is necessary. What I'm saying is, I don't think he has to explain all the drops of blood on there, especially if he doesn't know anything about them.
No, and my objection is not to him looking at it and saying it's in the same. My objection would be to that going to the jury at this point, unless and until we have further testimony about the changes that have been made since Agent George got it. It would be the same thing as, for example, some other type of changeable exhibit, a can of soda, and all of a sudden there's liquid in there that's not in there before. Before that goes in front of a jury, someone's going to have to explain how that liquid got in there. So it's simply a question of taking and these are not insignificant changes. These are very significant changes. And I think that the jury ought to have the benefit. I think they're required to have the benefit of the agent who made the changes testify before they're allowed to examine those without any idea.
Well, I think it depends on what the state is trying to do with the exhibit. If they're trying to explain the liquid that might be in some exhibit, then he can't do it. But he can certainly testify, this is the container that I seized. It looks like the container didn't have the liquid in it when I seized it.
Right, because in that situation, he can identify what's different. In this situation, unless I'm missing something, I don't think that Mr. George can identify what all the differences are.
I don't know whether he can or not.
Well, I think Mr. Rudolph is confusing what Agent Deaver did with Mr. Peterson's pants and what he did with some test pants. He never put any blood on Mr. Peterson's pants. He put blood on test pants to either prove or disprove a theory. So he never changed them in that way.
The only issue, as I see it, Mr. Hardnett, if you have some shorts, do you agree with Mr. Rudolph that the shorts have been substantially changed?
No, I don't. The shorts have minuscule holes in them where some samples were taken and some very, very small circles to make sure that there was an indicator of where certain things were found. Those are
What would be the problem with this witness viewing the shorts and having an opinion as to how they look now as opposed to when he collected them?
I don't think there's any problem with that at all, and that's exactly what we would do. We would ask him if these are the shorts that were taken from Mr. Peterson, and then if he notices any change in the condition, he can talk about that.
What else are we talking about other than the shorts? That might be a problem.
I think his name is Hudson.
We intend to offer through this witness Mr. Peterson's shorts, his socks, his tennis shoes, his T-shirt, his watch, Ms. Peterson's watch, Todd Peterson's gray knit shirt, blue jeans, socks, brown shoes, purple long sleeve shirt. And there was a suspect kit taken. Generally, those would be the items of all the things that he recovered. We would offer through him because he actually sees them. The other items, I want him to identify them and confirm that he actually took control of those and put them in the property to lay the foundation for other witnesses that are going to come later on when they will talk about what they did to locate these things. And then for some of these things, there would be expert testimony on the analysis.
Mr. Rudolph.
My only question, other than the shorts, I think the only question I have is I need to take a look at that portfolio, and I think there are certain items inside it, and I just need to have a chance to take a look at that again. But my major objection is not to him identifying and moving into evidence things he seized and he found. And even with regard to the shorts, I have no problem with Mr. Hardin showing him the shorts and asking him whether or not they're the shorts that he seized. I simply have an objection to them being moved into evidence at this time until Agent Deaver comes in and testifies. With regard to for example, I mean, on January 22nd, there's a report that says on Thursday, January 24th, a test was made on the back of the shorts. The test consisted of placing a drop of blood on the back in an unstained area of the shorts. The test was made to determine expansion of drops of blood as they were absorbed into the fabric. That's on the shorts themselves. So clearly, something was changed on the shorts, and until I have Agent Deaver up there, I can't ask him questions about where that was and what was done and how it was done. So that's my objection with regard to the shorts. My major objection, though, is, and I guess I need to ask again, whether Mr. Hardin intends to offer everything else that Agent George gathered that day. And if he did, then if we could have 5 minutes to gather our thoughts, we'll be happy to articulate our grounds on relevance issues.
Mr. Hardin, as to the portfolio, is there something about the contents that you were going to get in front of the jury at this point?
No, sir, not at this point.
All right. Well, Mr. Rudolph, I'm not really seeing a...
How did I forget that first name? That's my favorite place in the world, Orlando.
a major admissibility problem here. I think all those items were probably conditionally relevant, but we're going to go ahead and take a break and you look at whatever you need to look at, and we'll have a final decision after the break.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Deputy, they probably just need to, if you want to go up there and tell them, we'll just have to let them know when they come back. We're not going to send for them at 2:00. We're going to take a short break, and then we'll come back and resolve the issue, and then we'll send for the jury. So, I mean, let's take about a 10-minute break, about 10 after, and we'll come back and determine what we need to do. 10 minutes.
We'll stand in recess until 10.
Mr. Rudolph, have you and Mr. Hardin had some communication?
Yes, it's my understanding he's going to withdraw the offer of the portfolio, so we don't need to worry about that. He is only offering into evidence through this witness the items that this witness has actually himself seized. So the only item that would be in dispute, therefore, would be the shorts. With regard to the other items, he's going to show them to the witness, but he's not going to be actually offering them into evidence until some point later on in the trial. So I think we're fine.
All right. With that, Mr. Deputy, we need the jury back. Mr. Clerk, are you going to call them or are you going to get them?
Your Honor, just so that it's a clear understanding, I still have a little bit more testimony to develop with this witness as it relates to activities on the 10th before I actually begin asking him about items that he sees.
That's fine. What are you doing? You getting them?
Oh, that's a little bit.
All right. All right. Further questions, Mr. Hardy?
Yes, sir. Now, Mr. George, you were at the point where you were describing some of your activities, some of the activities that you were involved in with others in the police department on the 10th of December, which would have been the next day after the initial call.
Yes, sir.
I think you were at the point where you had indicated that you had actually collected some hairs and things like that. If you'll just kind of pick up there and describe what you personally seized and generally where it was located.
The hairs and the blood and the what would appear to be Christmas tree needles were all located in the stairwell around and above where Mrs. Peterson's body was found.
Okay. And what else did you seize in addition to those items?
I don't recall.
Do you have your original listing?
I do.
Check that, please.
We got samples of hair, wood, Christmas tree needles, and blood samples were taken. We also performed the luminol testing.
Okay. Well, let's stay with the luminol testing then. If you go ahead and describe what is luminol, by the way,
Luminol is a chemical that detects a trace of blood.
and what is the value of its use in a crime scene?
It can pick up traces of blood after it's been sprayed with luminol to detect where blood has been.
Okay. And how does it do that, if you know?
I'm not really sure, but I think it works and reacts with the hemoglobin of the blood. Excuse me.
All right. Do you get involved with the chemistry of how all those various
No, sir.
components work? All right. But you've used luminol in the past.
I have.
And if you would please describe for the jury how you go about using the luminol from step A to Z, exactly how it works.
Luminol is mixed in 3 parts with 2 other parts with water. It's mixed up and diluted, not diluted, but mixed up. And it's put in a spray bottle. It has to be dark,
When you say dark, what do you mean?
almost completely black, or dark to where you can see a glow from the luminol when it reacts to the blood.
Yeah,
Boy,
you talking about in the room
bad
where it's
explanation.
sprayed?
Anywhere, yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead and describe exactly what.
Oh my God. That was the worst explanation of luminol I've ever heard in my entire life. Dude, it's 3 parts. No, it's not. It's 2 ingredients. It's not 3 parts. It's 1 part luminol to 2 parts water. All you need is the luminol and water. You spray it where you suspect there's blood and then turn out the lights. He's just like, there's 3 parts. And then it has to be dark. What's dark? Dude, that was awful.
process is and how you put it together and then how you actually process it.
Well, you mix it up in a bottle, pour water into it, shake it up until it's all dissolved, and then it's ready to go. You've got to make sure it's all dissolved. And then you go to where you feel like there may be traces of blood and you spray it, and there is a reaction to it after it's sprayed. It will have a glow to it. If the glow doesn't stay long, probably, in this case, it was probably there just a few seconds, but we could trace the pattern of where the blood was.
Okay. Now you say it has to be dark, and I wasn't real clear on exactly what you meant by that.
So it doesn't really have to be pitch black. It could be dark enough where you could see a glow. We could turn the lights off in this room except for the ones in the back and do it at the front and see the glow of the pattern. So it doesn't have to be completely dark for luminol to react to blood.
And when you say that it reacts, exactly how long will luminol luminesce?
In our case, it was probably less than 10 seconds.
Okay. Now, exactly what does it do when it reacts?
It glows like a glow stick, and it depends on the amount of blood that's there. It would just have like a little luminous glow, and then it just slowly fades away.
Okay. Now, with respect to the reaction, exactly what definition in the reaction can you see?
Again, depending on the amount of blood that was there and how deep it was imprinted. And I say imprinted or transferred to the fact you can see up. Sometimes you can see up to the ridge detail in fingerprints.
Okay. With luminol?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is it possible to photograph the reaction?
It is possible to photograph reaction.
Have you ever tried to do that?
I've done it on 2 occasions in classes that I've taken.
Okay. And what was the result?
This was in a class that I took through criminalistics, where you go in and you spray a perfect piece of carpet with luminol. And that particular time, we did have our camera set up. You've got to use black and white film. It can be done with colored film. The camera has to be set up a certain distance from the item that you're photographing, and you have to have it with your shutter completely open to grab the glow of the luminol when it's reacting.
Now, you say this was in a classroom setting?
That's correct.
And with respect to your use of luminol, have you ever actually photographed a reaction in an actual case?
No, sir, I have not.
Why not?
I've never had a chance to do that. I've never had a need to do it.
Okay. At the time that this case occurred, did the Durham Police Department have the capability of actually doing it?
We had the capability of photographing, yes.
Okay. Was it done in this case?
No, it wasn't.
Why not?
Because I had myself and 3 other people that witnessed the luminol reaction.
All right. Well, why didn't you photograph it if that capability is at least possible?
I just didn't photograph it.
Okay. Now, what I want you to do is describe how you went about the process of using the luminol to show whatever reaction you found.
Eric Campen and I mixed up the chemical, the luminol, in our spray bottles. And we started at the bottom of the 2 steps leading into the landing of the stairwell. And I started spraying while I was being directed, because it was fairly dark in the residence. I was being directed, and we were being observed by 2 police officers.
And who were they, if you recall?
Investigator Art Holland and Investigator Vince Bynum.
Okay. And what was the purpose for Investigator Bynum and Holland being there with you?
To document that there was trace of blood that would react to the luminol.
Okay. Now, go ahead and generally describe how you went about that process.
Well, you have to be in this particular case, I was down real low on the floor, and we were spraying back. You do it in a sweeping motion so you can pick up everything, and we're luminoling from the bottom stairwell in the kitchen around through, and it was being witnessed by the 2 police officers.
Did you see reaction in that area?
We did.
Could I have the witness step down, please? Yes. Now, if you would, please use this pointer and show the jury exactly where you used the luminol and where the reactions were based upon what you saw.
We started spraying here. Just as soon
And why didn't you spray any closer to her body?
because we didn't want the luminol up around the blood to contaminate the blood that was around the body, what we had here.
And you knew that was blood up there?
Yes, we did.
Did you see any actual blood tracks anywhere in here?
From here forward, no. There was a lot of transfer tracking right in here.
But no other blood prints or tracks?
Not on the floor, no.
Okay. Go ahead and describe what you saw.
When I started spraying here, again, I was down walking on my hands and spraying back and forth in a sweeping motion. Just about right in there, there was a lot of transfer tracking here, so we did see a lot of reaction here. Just about right here, we started picking up footprints that was plain enough for us to see. Then we followed the footprints right around through here. We got a double print here, which we were going in 2 directions, one this way and one this way.
When you say one print, is it more than
There's
one?
just a set of footprints that are being tracked,
Okay.
and these are plain. Went around into this room to this sink.
Okay.
This is a laundry sink in the this would be like a laundry room. Then they went back over here to the washing machine. The intern came back out, went back through. We did spray back around in here to determine see if there was any reaction, of which we noted none in that area. Came back out. The tracks again were very visible to where we followed them back around. They came and went to the refrigerator. They went over here and went to the sink, and they went over here on this wall, which would be the east wall, was a wine glass cabinet, and they stopped there.
Okay. Now, did you see any tracks going out this area?
Did not.
Did you see any tracks over here?
No, sir.
Did you see any tracks down in this area?
No, we sprayed this area to make sure that we weren't overlooking anything.
I have a question. I'm going to Google it because I'm curious now. Fingerprints are made from the amniotic fluid when you're in your mom's belly. The amniotic fluid in the womb, the pressure from it passing by your fingers, that's what makes the ridges in your fingers. That's what makes your fingerprints. And no one ever talks about your footprints. I guess they have the same ridges because if the amniotic fluid makes ridges in your fingers, it's got to make the ridges in your toes too, right? So why don't they use, like, they fingerprint people, why don't they toe print people too? I gotta Google that. Because everybody has different DNA except for identical twins. Their DNA is identical. The way you can tell identical twins apart is with their fingerprints, though, because they have different fingerprint patterns because of the pressure of the amniotic fluid makes their fingerprints different. That's the only way you can tell identical twins apart. Like, legally. Tell them apart. I'm going to Google that because now I'm curious. I know in England or the UK, I don't know if it's just England or it's all UK, they use ear printing because everybody's ears are different, which that is more impressive to me. because that's a genetic thing. It's not the pressure of the amniotic fluid that forms your ear. That's a genetic thing. So I think that's pretty cool. More of my weird observations, y'all.
Okay, now I think you had indicated that you saw a mark of blood on a base cabinet door. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. This door here, right under the sink.
Were there any other indicators of blood on any of the cabinets in that room? If you
On the wine cabinet across, there was blood on the bottom cabinet, and there was blood on the knob at the top of the wine cabinet.
Okay. Now, when you say you could see tracks, describe to the jury exactly what you were able to see.
It looked just like you got a wet footprint and put it down, because when luminol reacted to the blood, that's how good luminol brought up the luminous glow to the blood transfer that was through the floor. This was like a hardwood floor too. So this was the transfer that was made through here, and then the luminol testing that we had done, it was very plain that it was no question in our mind that it was.
Okay. Yes, they are unique to each individual, including identical twins. But they are not used. Wait, where'd it go? Toe prints are used to catch criminals in cases where they are barefoot or leave footprints. While similar in development, toe prints are distinct from fingerprints and are rarely used in databases because they are harder to collect than fingerprints. Even though identical twins share the same DNA, their toe prints and fingerprints are not the same because they are formed by random movements in the womb. So, there you go. That's why they don't collect toe prints, because they're harder to collect. But they do use them in crimes where someone is barefoot and there's a toe print left. Inquiring minds, y'all. You gotta be curious and learn these things.
That's how plain it was.
Objection to no question in our mind.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. He needs to be specific.
You need to be specific about what you saw.
Okay. There was no question in my mind that this wasn't a footprint.
Okay, now with respect to the actual outline of the footprint, I want to make sure that I'm clear. Could you see actual complete footprints throughout?
Objection deleted.
Yes, sir.
Objection deleted.
Could you see complete footprints throughout this entire area, or was there some variation of that?
I can see entire footprints throughout the whole area, leading from here around.
Okay. Did you note the size of the footprint?
We measured it at 8.5 inches.
Okay. Did you attempt to measure every location of every print?
No, sir, we did not.
And why not?
Because that would not have given me any, what I would have put in my report would not have given me, just like videotaping, we did not have the capability, but even if I had photographed each and every, it would not have shown in which direction we were going.
Okay. So you didn't attempt to actually take a photograph of the individual prints?
No, sir.
And you did not measure where they were located?
No, we did not.
And I think it indicated that they're only luminescent for about 10 seconds.
That's correct.
Okay.
So even if we'd have started here, by the time we got here, they would be gone.
Okay. Going to take a seat.
Just for the record, I think he indicated that even if you had started by these steps, by the time you got to the end of the kitchen counter, they would have been gone. I think that's what he was saying, but it wasn't made clear from the record, unless Mr. Harden disagrees with that.
Mr. Harden, do you agree or disagree?
I think the witness said what he intended.
Well, the record needs to reflect, all he says on the record is here to here, and I think the record needs to reflect what here and here is.
Your witness, Mr. Harden.
With respect to,
I'm saying it's your witness. You can let the record stay as it is, or you can.
well, I'm gonna make sure the record's clean, Your Honor. With respect to the distance that the luminescence was visible, approximately how far was it from the beginning of when you initiated the process through the kitchen area?
Through the distance through the whole area?
Now, when you make your first
Yes, sir.
pass
Mhm.
to show the luminescence, how long would that have lasted in terms of distance as you were continuing to pass?
Probably by me moving 5 to 6 feet.
Okay. Now, exactly where was Mr. Campen located when you were doing this?
He was right standing right over top. He was directing me because, like I say, it was fairly dark in the residence, and we wanted to make sure that I was going in a direct without trying to bump into furniture or anything else.
Now, did you cause it to be?
Yeah, Michelle, I think that's really cool, especially because of the identical twin thing, because the DNA is the same. So, like, if your identical twin were to commit a crime, they can't pin it on you because you have the same DNA. If your twin leaves their fingerprints at the crime, they can take your fingerprints and realize it's not you, it's your sibling. I've always thought that was fascinating. The minute I learned that, anytime it comes up, the identical twin and fingerprints and DNA thing, I tell people because I'm fascinated by that. That is too cool. That is just awesome. And of course, being a Christian as I am, and if you don't believe this, that's fine. No shame, no judgment, and please don't judge me for believing it. But I always think that is so cool how God orchestrated that. So that is the one way you can still tell the difference between identical twins. Is their fingerprints are still different, even though their DNA is the same. I just love it. I think it's the neatest thing.
Dark?
No, it was in the evening.
Okay. Did you cut on any lights or cut off any lights?
No, we did not.
Okay.
The lights were cut off.
Okay.
We had to do it in darkness.
Okay. You know, where was Investigator Bonham located?
They were standing right behind Eric Campen, so they were both observing what we were doing.
Okay. Now, during that time frame, on the 10th of December, did others assist in the collection of evidence?
They did.
When evidence was collected, what did they do with it?
They brought it to me, and I packaged it. And again, my central point was there until I got ready to leave the residence, and it was being monitored, and the property was being overseen by a police officer.
Okay. Now, with respect to, well, strike that. The items that you were collecting, whether it's on the 9th or 10th, did you go back any time after that to that residence to collect items?
Yes,
When was that?
the 12th
Of
December. The 12th of December.
Go ahead and describe to the jury what you did on 12.
Went back with a search warrant, another search warrant that Investigator Holland had, and we did more collection of evidence. Collected, and I have a list here
Okay.
of what we did collect.
What items did you personally collect on that date?
On the 12th, I collected a paperweight from Mr. Michael Peterson's study off of his desk. I collected a blood sample from the staircase right wall in the stairwell.
Mm-hmm.
I collected tree needles for the back stairwell. I collected hairs from the back stairwell. I got a molding sample. I got a wood sample. There were more hairs that were collected. I also collected a sample of the tree that was in the living room of the home. I collected 3 computers.
All right.
I collected a mop, a towel, which was in the wash basin in the laundry room.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I collected.
Okay. Now, did you later have the occasion to collect some samples from Mr. Peterson?
I did.
And when did that occur?
January the 11th, 2002.
Okay. And what was the nature of that collection?
It was a suspect kit that I collected from Mr. Michael Peterson at Durham County Jail at 219 South Main Street.
When you say a suspect kit, what do you mean?
Hairs. We collected head hairs, pubic hairs, swabbing, and blood.
Okay. Now, with respect to the actual items that you seized on the 9th of December,
Yes, sir.
I want to walk you through that. Let me show you what is marked. It states Exhibit 1A. And ask if you can identify that, please.
This is the pair of shorts that Mr. Peterson had on the evening of the night.
Exactly how do you, well, that's the bag. How do you recognize the bag that is marked as States Exhibit 1A?
Just got my signature across the seal.
It has a lot of other writing on it and tape and that kind of thing. Can you explain to the jury what that's all about, please?
This has been sent to the SBI lab for testing.
Okay.
Every time this bag has been opened, it's been sealed back, and someone has to write their initials and the reason why, and it's been checked out, explaining why the bag was taken from property to start with, and then why it was open.
Okay. Now, with respect to, we'll just use this as an example. When something like this is actually taken into custody by you all, how is it secured?
In this particular case, when I got through packaging everything and labeling and making a list of it, we have lockers in the basement of police headquarters. You have to go up and sign out a coin or a token to make sure that the locker is secured, and you have to log it and document it in the log book. Then when it's placed in the locker, the key, it's got a locking key. You drop a coin in it, and once you have everything packaged in there, you lock it and you drop the key in another secured lock, so that key can't be accessed by anybody but property custodian.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
It was.
Was that done with respect to all items that were collected either by you personally or delivered to you for collection?
Yes, it was.
Now, you had indicated that there's some markings here that indicate that this item, as contained in State's Exhibit 1A, was taken for analysis to the State Bureau of Investigation.
That's correct.
If you would please describe what the process is that the Durham Police Department goes through when it wants to have an item tested with some entity, and we'll just use the State Bureau of Investigation as an example.
In this particular case, what you have to do is go down and talk with the custodians. You have to sign out with a property receipt that you're removing a particular item from a case and where it's going and what it's going for. then whenever it's tested, you have to take it back. It goes back through the same process, so nothing can go in or out without having to be signed for by at least two different people.
Okay, when something is taken to the State Bureau of Investigation for testing for some reason, whatever it might be, is that personally taken, or do you mail it, or how do you?
No, it's personally taken, it's personally hand delivered there, and their process is the same as ours. They have a receipt custodian at the lab, which they sign for. You have to sign it in, they have to sign for it, and then they take it into custody there.
Okay. Now, with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit 1A, if you would please open that. Now, at this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 1A. Now, let me mark for you this item as State's Exhibit 1 and ask whether you can identify it.
Yes, these appear to be the shorts Mr. Peterson had on.
Look at the front and the back and look inside and outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit 1, is that in substantially the same condition as it was when you received it from the study on December the 9th?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Objection to that. To establish what the differences are.
There are a few markings on these, on what's marked as State's Exhibit 1. Were those on there when you actually received those from the study?
No, sir, they were not.
Okay, if you would please just generally describe those.
It's got the FBI lab number written in the waistband of the shorts. Also, it's got the initials, the date. It appears to be their lab number that they used. Seems to be three small holes on the back, on the right leg back, that was used for sample.
Mhm.
And there is a marking on the back left leg that states test on the back.
All right, other than those markings, then, so what's marked as State's Exhibit 1, again, in substantially the same condition as you received them.
That's correct.
At this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 1.
Objection is previously stated.
With your permission, could the witness come down and not actually hand them to the jury, but allow the jury to see these from a standing position? So, if you would, step down and give the jury what's marked as State's Exhibit 1. Yes, if you roll those back, please. And just place them back in the bag. Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 2A and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, sir. This is item number 4. It would be Mr. Peterson's knit shirt that I collected from the residents on the 9th.
Excuse me. Let me mark this as State's Exhibit 4A. I apologize. Mark it as State's Exhibit 4A. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's actually a bag.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit 4A, how do you recognize it?
Again, it's got my signature across the seal at the top.
Okay.
With my writing on the back.
All right. If you would, please open it up. Your Honor, at this point, we'd move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 4A. Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 4 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, sir.
How can you identify it?
This was a shirt that Mr. Peterson was wearing the night of the night, and I packaged it in the bag.
And exactly where did you recover that?
In Mr. Peterson's library study.
All right. Your Honor, with your permission, I'd have him step down. We'd also move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 4.
Show the front and back.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 3-1. And ask if you can identify this, please.
Just a pair of tennis shoes with my signature and dated on December the 9th.
Well, specifically with respect to the bag that's marked as State's Exhibit 3-1, how do you recognize that?
Again, got my signature on it. Got my seal.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 3-1. If you'll take those items out of there, please. Black tennis shoe.
Right.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 3A and what's marked as State's Exhibit 3B. And ask if you can identify those, please.
Yes, sir. These are the shoes that were at the feet of Kathleen Peterson, night of the night that I played.
Okay. You know, at this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 3A. We would move into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit 3B. Now, may the witness step down and show these items to the jury, please. Just right here.
I don't know, man. Hello.
Sides.
Oh, I bet he did. Open the window. It just didn't look like. Whoa. Almost. Oh, the lawyer.
If you'll repackage those, please. Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 2A and ask whether you can identify that packaging.
Yes, sir, I can.
Put the stuff
It's
inside
got my
the
signature on the package. Front and back.
All right. Now at this point, we move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 2A. If you'll open that up, please. Okay. Now, let me show you what is going to be collectively marked
Why are there two
as
pairs of
State's
socks?
Exhibit 2.
Oh, dude. Why do you just let us have to carry it? Why is there two pairs of socks? I have one evidence bag. Ah! Dude.
Young man, have just a moment, please.
Mama put gloves on?
All right, members of the jury, we'll go ahead and take our over the weekend break at this time. Keep in mind the court's instructions. Keep an open mind about the case. Don't try to decide it at this point. Don't discuss the case even among yourselves. Stay clear of the parties. Don't read about the case. Don't watch television about this case. Don't do any independent research. And I'll see you at 9:30 on Monday morning.
And Mr. George, when we recessed on Friday, you were in the process of beginning to describe various items that were collected by you in addition to things that were delivered to you from others that you actually placed in the property. So I'd like to go back to that point. And when we did stop on Friday, I had shown you what was marked as State's Exhibit 2A, and if I may reapproach the witness, please. Now I'm going to again show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 2A. I think you'd indicated that you were familiar with it and how you were familiar with it. I'd like to have you take the items out of what is marked as State's Exhibit 2A at this point. Now I'm going to collectively mark this set of items as State's Exhibit 2. And ask whether you can identify these items, please.
I can.
How can you identify them?
These were the socks that I picked up at the bottom, the foot area of Mrs. Peterson.
All right. Now, if you would please describe exactly where they were and how they were configured together, if you recall.
They were next to a pair of, or in between a pair of tennis shoes at the left foot of Mrs. Peterson, and there were two socks. In other words, we've got someone that had on two pair of socks, so they were one right inside the other.
Okay. You know, at this point, we move in evidence what is collectively marked as State's Exhibit 2.
So, just for the record, is that both pair of socks?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Just, I'm going to collectively mark them all. Your Honor, with your permission, I'd ask that Mr. George be allowed to come down and show these to the jury, please.
So,
Separate them. Take them and move them down here. Now, Mr. George, just to be clear, exactly how will these socks configured with each other again?
Again, there was one pair of socks just stuffed inside another pair of socks. So it was really two socks per foot.
Okay. Go ahead and put those back in the bag. Now, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 5A and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, I can.
How can you identify what's marked as State's Exhibit 5A?
Because it's packaged with seal and my signature on both sides.
And what does Exhibit 5A contain?
It is a wristwatch that I collected from Mr. Peterson.
Is there anything else in that bag as well?
Yes, sir, it is. It's a watch that I collected from the body of Mrs. Peterson.
Right. You know, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 5A.
Okay.
And please open that, if you would. right, now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 5 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
I can.
Well, you're going to speak up.
Yes, sir, I can. This is a watch that I took from Mr. Peterson.
And do you
Morning.
recall approximately when you received that from him?
It was just after the body was removed.
Okay. At this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 5.
So,
And it also show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 6 and ask whether you can identify that.
I can.
What is it?
It's a Silver Ladies Rolex watch that I took from the wrist of Mrs. Peterson.
And when did you take that from Miss Peterson?
Just before we moved her and placed her in the body bag.
We move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 6.
so,
With your permission, can Mr. George step down and show the jury these items 5 and 6?
Jim, for the record, can we establish whether or not they were in those 2 separate bags initially? They were collected.
Yes, they were. Please take a seat. Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 7. And ask if you can identify that, please.
I can.
What is it?
It's a shirt that I collected from Mr. Todd Peterson.
Well, with respect in particular with what's marked as State's Exhibit, let's mark that actually 7A. Apologize. Mark it 7A with respect to the bag. Can you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's got my signature on it.
And what is it?
It's a shirt I collected from Mr. Peterson's son, Todd.
Okay. If you would, please take the contents out of the bag. And now I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 7 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a gray shirt that I took from Todd Peterson the night of the night.
At this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 7A.
so,
We'd also move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 7.
so,
Just lay that right there. Now show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 8A and ask whether you can identify that.
sir, I can.
What is it?
It's a pair of blue jeans that I've collected from Mr. Todd Peterson.
Well, I'm speaking specifically about the package. Do you recognize the package?
Yes, sir, I do the package.
And what is the package?
It's a brown paper bag in which the items are packaged up.
And who did that?
I did. It's got my signature on both sides.
You know, at this point, we're moving evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 8A.
It's allowed.
Please take those out. Now show what's marked as State's Exhibit 8 and ask whether you can identify those.
Yes, sir. These are the jeans that I took from Todd Peterson on the morning of the night.
You know, we move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 8.
It's allowed.
Now show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 9A and ask whether you can identify this.
Yes, just a brown paper bag which I packaged it's got my initials on both sides.
And what's contained in it?
A pair of white socks
And where did you recover those?
from Todd Peterson.
You know, we would move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 9A.
It's allowed.
Please take the contents out. Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 9 collectively and ask whether you can identify these.
Yes, sir, I can.
What are they?
A pair of white socks that I took from Mr. Todd Peterson the morning of the night.
We move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 9.
It's allowed.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 10A and ask whether you can identify this.
So this is also the packaging brown paper bag with my initials on evidence taken on the front of the back.
And what does it contain?
A pair of shoes
Where did you recover those?
from Todd Peterson the morning of the night.
You know, we would move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 10A.
It's allowed.
Please take the contents out. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 10B and ask whether you can identify that along with 10C.
Yes, sir.
Where are they?
A pair of brown shoes that was handed to me by Todd Peterson I collected on the morning of the night.
You know, we would move in evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 10B and 10C.
It's allowed.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 11A. Ask whether you can identify this.
Yes, sir. This is also a brown paper bag in which I packaged item.
And what is contained in that bag?
A shirt that I collected from Mr. Todd Peterson on one of the nights.
All right. Your Honor, we would move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 11A.
So allowed.
If you take the contents out, please. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 11. Ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a shirt that I collected from Todd Peterson on one of the nights.
Your Honor, we would move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 11.
So allowed.
Just with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit 7, could the witness come down and show this to the jury, please? Could the witness at this point show what is marked as State's Exhibit 8?
Yes.
Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 12A and ask whether you can identify that.
I can.
What is it?
It's a brown paper, brown manila envelope that I use to package materials in which I collected from the back hallway of 1810 Cedar Street.
Did you actually collect it or did you receive that from someone?
I received this from Eric Campen.
If you would please open the contents. Open the bag and recover the content. Show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 12 and ask, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. This is the way that we package items from collection small items.
And from whom did you receive it?
This was collected from ID2, Eric Campen.
And were you with him when it was actually collected?
I was.
And where was it collected, if you recall?
It was collected from the 15th step. The 15th step in the hallway.
Now, if that were, are you counting from the bottom up or from the top up?
This was counting from the top going down.
Okay. You could put that back in there. Okay, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 14A, please. And ask if you can identify that package.
I can.
What is it?
It's a Diet Coke can. The packaging is a brown paper bag that was collected by ID2.
And how do you recognize what's marked as State's Exhibit 14A?
Because he's got his signature on it.
Okay, did you receive that from him?
I did. My signature was on the side.
Okay. Yeah, if you would, please open the contents of that. And I'll show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 14 and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, sir. This was a Coke can that was collected from the table on the patio by ID2.
And when you say ID2, who do you know?
That would be Eric Campen.
Were you with him when he actually recovered that?
I was not.
But he gave it to you for collection?
That's correct.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 21A and ask whether you can identify that.
I can.
What is it?
It's a brown envelope containing evidence.
And what does it contain?
Contains a hair with blood from the Diet Coke can, number 14, I think 14.
And that's what was contained here?
That's correct.
All right, and exactly how do you recognize it?
Again, it's got Eric's signature on the back, and this is and it's got my signature on the bottom where Eric Campen handed it to me.
All right, if you would, please remove the contents. Now show what's marked as State's Exhibit 21B and ask whether you can identify that.
It's a brown envelope in which Eric had packaged hair from the Coke can.
All right. And if you will remove the contents of that. Be careful. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 21. And ask whether you can identify this.
This is a napkin in which you place the hair from the Coke can.
All right, if you put all that back together, please. Now let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 16 and ask whether you can identify this packaging.
I can. It's a cardboard box in which we package items from collection that we collected on the night.
And what did you collect and put into that box?
These items, I didn't collect these. These were collected by ID 2, Eric Campen, and ID 4, Ann Sicosio.
Okay, and were they delivered to you?
They were.
Okay. Let me have you open what's marked as State's Exhibit 16, please. I just want you to look at what is marked as State's Exhibit 16B. Just look in there and tell me what that is.
This is a wine glass.
And from whom did you recover that?
Eric Campen.
All right. So you recognize it?
I do.
You hold it. And I'll show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 16A, and if you look at that. You recognize it?
I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is also a wine glass that was collected by Eric Campen.
And did you recover that from him?
I did.
Okay.
Hey, Joe.
to show what's marked as State's Exhibit 16C and ask whether you can identify that.
It's a wine bottle.
And from whom did you recover that?
Captain handed it to me.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 16D. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
Here be a champagne bottle.
And from whom did you recover that?
That's from your captain.
All right. Just put all those things back in the box. Let me go back to something, if I could, with respect to these wine glasses. Let me show you again. It is marked here as State's Exhibit 16A. Did you have the occasion to look at this prior to coming back into court today on other occasions?
I did.
With respect to the condition that it was in when you originally packaged it, was it all in one piece?
When I originally packaged it, yes, it was.
After some period of time, did you have the occasion to look at this item after packaging?
I did.
What was the condition of it?
It had a broken stem.
Okay, what did you do, if anything, to put it back into as close to the original condition as it was when you originally packaged it?
I notified Art Holland,
Yeah.
and he took the item and had it glued back.
Okay. Now, again, let me have you look at it. We didn't open it all the way up. I want you to do that, if you would, please. And describe exactly what the condition is now as it relates to what the condition was when you originally packaged it.
The stem of the wine glass has been broken and repaired. Approximately 1.5 inches and approximately 3 inches up the stem.
Okay. So when you packaged it, it was not broken?
No, sir, it was not.
Do you have any idea how it got broken while it was in the box?
I do not.
Okay. Go ahead and close it back up. Put that in there. Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 19A and ask whether you can identify this packaging, please.
It's a brown paper bag that I packaged some items in that were collected.
And from whom did you receive those?
Investigator Mike Harris.
Now, Mr. Harris was an investigator with the Durham Police Department
That's correct.
for a long period of time.
That's correct.
He's now deceased, is that right?
Yes, sir, he is.
Do you know where he located those when he gave them to you?
That's, I think, it's a yes or no question. I have no objection to the yes or no. Would have an objection to anything beyond that.
Do you know where he located those when he gave them?
Yes, sir. He located them in the.
Where did he locate them?
He located them in the master bedroom upstairs.
All right, if you would please open those up and look at them just to confirm the identification. Just look through the make sure you recognize this.
Yes, sir. These are the same items that he gave to me.
All right, go ahead and repackage this, please. Now I'll show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 28A and ask whether you can identify this.
That's brown paper bag with food packaged items collected.
And what was collected and by whom?
It was paperwork, and it was collected by Investigator Harris.
All right. Where was it actually located?
Collected from the den or the study area of Mr. Peterson.
Now, do you know whether other identification technicians were with Investigator Harris at the time that this item was collected? Or do you know?
I'm not really sure.
Right. But others could have been?
That's possible.
Yeah, if you would please open what's marked as State's Exhibit 28. Just look at those and ID those. Make sure that those are the things you received from Investigator Harris.
Yes, sir, they are.
Now let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 32A and ask whether you can identify this packaging.
I can.
How can you identify it?
It's got my initials on it.
And what is contained in that packaging?
This is the clothing that Mrs. Peterson had on.
All right, now I want you to open that up and check just to make sure that it contains what you believe it contains. Yeah, that's what hands. Let me have them. Let me just pull them in. Okay. Just pull them in. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 32. Can you identify this?
I can.
What is it?
This is sweatpants that Mrs. Peterson had on the night of December the 9th.
And from whom did you receive those?
I received these from Angela Powell, ID 10.
Okay. And who is Miss Powell?
ID 10 is one of my co-workers and one of the ID techs that assisted me that night.
Okay. And with respect to this, she gave that to you, and what did you do with what's marked as State's Exhibit 32?
These were placed in the drying cabinet at police headquarters.
I think you earlier testified about that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 33. And ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, sir. This is the shirt that Mrs. Peterson had on the night of the 10th.
All right. And you saw with that on?
I did.
At the scene. And from whom did you receive this?
These were also collected from the medical examiner's office by Angie Powell.
And how did you receive them from Ms. Powell?
From the drying cabinet at police headquarters.
All right. You put those back in there. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 34A and ask whether you can identify that, please.
It's a brown envelope. Items packaged in from the medical examiner's office.
And from whom did you receive those items?
From Angela Powell.
And with respect to those items, what did you do with them when you received them from her?
I packaged them in this brown envelope.
All right, please open it up and let me see the contents. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 34B and ask whether you can identify that.
This was packaged by a small container that was packaged by the medical examiner's office in Chapel Hill.
Okay, and that's what you put into what's marked as State's Exhibit 34A?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you put that back in there, please? I'm sure what's marked as State's Exhibit 35A. And ask whether you can identify this.
This is also an envelope in which I packaged items from the medical examiner's office.
And from whom did you receive those?
Angie Powell.
And what are those contents?
These are fingerprint cards that were taken from Mrs. Peterson, medical examiner's office.
All right. Now, if you will, please open what's marked as State's Exhibit 35A. Now, with respect to the contents of what's marked as State's Exhibit 35A, do you recognize those?
I did not take these, but these are the latent fingerprints, footprints, and palm prints of Mrs. Peterson that were placed in this envelope package.
All right, if you could just put those back in. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 36A and ask whether you can identify that.
Yes, sir. There's also another envelope in which I packaged items from the medical examiner's office.
And from whom did you receive them?
Angela Powell.
And if you would, please open that up and make sure that you recognize what's in the packaging.
Yes, sir. This is the DNA card from medical examiner's office.
And you put that into what's marked as State's Exhibit 36A?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 37A and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, sir. This is another brown packaging envelope that evidence was placed in. This is items from back from the medical examiner's office.
Please open what's marked as State's Exhibit 37A. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, sir. These are hair samples from Mrs. Peterson, taken from medical examiner's office and packaged there, but brought back to me, and I packaged it in a brown envelope.
And what's marked as State's Exhibit 37A?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead and repackage that, please. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 38A and ask whether you can identify this, please.
Yes, sir. This is a brown packaging tube that we use for small items packaged at Durham Police Department.
And what is contained in that?
This is blood sample from Mrs. Peterson.
From whom did you receive it?
Angela Powell. She collected from medical examiner's office in Chapel Hill.
If you will, please open what's marked as State's Exhibit 38A. Now, with respect to the contents, do you recognize those?
I do,
And how do you recognize them?
because they had got my signature on the outside of the can.
Did you place those items in what is marked as State's Exhibit 38A?
I did.
If you'll repackage those, please.
This is a good lawyer. This is a prosecution.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 40A and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, sir. This is also a brown packaging envelope in which we use to package property.
And what is contained in that item, or from whom did you receive that item?
This was collected by ID4 and Secosio.
Okay, just open it up and look inside to make sure that you can confirm what was received by you by Mrs. Secosio. All right, at this point, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 44A. And ask whether you can identify this packaging. You recognize what's marked as State's Exhibit 44A?
Yes.
What is it?
This packaging here was packaged by the State Bureau of Investigation,
All right.
containing items that I collected from the back stairwell of the home at 1810 Cedar Street.
And does it contain multiple items?
Yes, sir, it does.
You know, you've testified about collecting hair samples and some blood samples from various locations. With respect to those, are some of those items based upon these notations contained in what is marked as State's Exhibit 44A?
Yes, sir.
Please describe for the jury how that would happen in terms of when you collect something, you put it into property, a decision is made that it needs to be analyzed and sent to the State Bureau of Investigation. How does it come back in a condition like this?
What I collected were blood samples from the back stairwell of the hallway. Being is that the items that collected were numbered, were given in numerical order, were given numbers. That when they were sent to the State Bureau of Investigation, they would take the number of items which they analyze, which would have been of the same nature, and they would analyze them and then repackage them back in a package like this that would have been the same.
Okay. Now, would their numbers necessarily correspond to the number that you had given it when you collected it?
No, sir.
Is their numbering system completely different?
It is.
All right. And with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit 44A, I want you to open that up and look in and pull those things out. I want you to confirm that those are items that you actually recovered.
Okay, so these items were items that I collected
And where did you collect these?
from the back stairwell of the home.
Okay. And you've identified all of these contents in this bag.
I have.
Okay. Now, if you would please repackage those. Well, before we do that, let me go through these with you. Repackage these. I just want to confirm exactly where you recovered these things. So I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 85A. and ask whether you can identify this, please.
This is a packaging from the State Bureau of Investigation.
Okay.
It's showing another unknown blood stain from Mrs. Kathleen Peterson.
All right. And did you recover that?
I did.
Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 85B and ask whether you can identify that.
This is a known blood stain from Mr. Michael Peterson.
Okay.
See, man, see those,
Oh, yeah, sure.
just those two.
The last two? Let's clarify with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit 85B. You did not take an actual blood stain off of Mr. Peterson's person, did you?
No, sir, that was tested from the State Bureau of Investigation from the suspect kit that I collected from Mr. Peterson later on.
Okay, and that was the contents of what was marked as State's Exhibit 68?
That's correct.
All right, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 85G and ask whether you can identify that.
This is a blood swabbing from the right wall steps of the hallway at 1810 Cedar Street.
And did you take that?
This was taken by ID4.
And who was ID4?
ID4 is, no, I'm sorry, this is collected by ID2.
And who is ID2?
ID2 is Eric Campen.
All right, now what I want you to do is to open that container and confirm that's what was received by you and place in that bag.
That's correct.
All right. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 85H. Just leave it right there. And ask whether you can identify that, please.
This is also a packaging of blood swabs from the couch in the den.
And from whom did you receive that?
And Secosio ID4.
Okay. If you will, please open that container and confirm that's what you received from it.
Can we have that number again? I'm sorry.
That is 85H.
Yes, it is.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 85I. Ask whether you can identify that, please.
This is also blood swabbing from the kitchen wine cabinet.
And from whom did you receive that?
This was collected by ID4 and Secosio.
If you'll open that to confirm that's what you received from it.
Yes, it is.
All right, put that back in there. Okay, now if you'll put all these items back in that package, please. Now, let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 47A and ask whether you can identify that. Can you identify that?
I can.
What is it?
It's sample hairs that I collected from the back stairwell of the hallway.
Okay. And exactly where did you collect those?
They were collected from stair number 16 or 17 in the back stairwell of the hallway at 1810 Cedar Street.
Now, when you say 16 or 17, what do you mean? Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit D3. And you mark at the top, B1, coming down to the last stair, B18.
The numbering system that I originally started with, I was going from the bottom up. When Agent Devers came in, he started from the top going down. So I've got listed this as step number 3, which would, in this case, be step number 16.
Okay, where on step 16 did you click?
It was on the round edge, the nose of the step.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm sorry, ma'am, it was on the nose of the step.
Steps have noses. What is the nose step?
If you will, please open the package and we'll cover the contents. And you actually recovered these?
I did.
Is that what you put in this bag? What's marked as State's Exhibit 47B?
It is.
You know, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 47A and 47B.
Mr. Hart, why don't we take a break right here?
Yes, sir.
Thumbs up, Jerry. We'll take a break for 15 minutes. Remember the instructions the court has given you through all of the breaks that you've taken. I'll see you at 11 o'clock, please.
And Mr. George, let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 48A and ask whether you can identify that.
It's packaging of,
You have to speak up now.
it's a packaging, envelope packaging of items I collected on December the 9th at 1810 Cedar Street.
And exactly what did you collect?
This was hairs that was collected again. This is going to be step number 17 because my number was backwards.
Again, I want to make sure we're clear now. What did you collect and where?
On my package, it stated from step number 2, which would have been number 17, and it would be in the center of the step.
Okay. If you would, please open what is marked as State's Exhibit 48A and we'll cover the contents. And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 48B and ask whether you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is a brown packaging envelope.
And what's contained in that.
These would be, excuse me, they'd be hairs from the step.
You know, at this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 48A and 48B.
So,
If you'll put that back in there, please. Thank you. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 59A, please. What is that?
This is also a brown packaging envelope, which was packaged hair from the second step would be step number 17.
Okay. And with respect to what's marked as State's Exhibit 59A, if you will please open that packaging and recover the contents.
I'm triple amputee right now.
And I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 59B. What is that?
This is another smaller envelope in which the hairs were placed.
All right.
And sealed by myself.
Your Honor, we would move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 59A and 59B.
So
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 60A and ask whether you can identify this, please.
This also is a brown packaging envelope in which small items are placed inside it.
And what did you place inside that envelope?
This was also hair, would have been step number 18.
On this diagram?
That's correct. On that diagram, on mine, it would be step number 1.
And where on this diagram, on step 18, did you look at those items?
All the hair that we collected was taken from either the nose or the center of the steps from there, from all the hair that we collected.
Now, with respect to this particular item, what's marked as State's Exhibit 60, have you opened that yet?
No, sir.
Go ahead and open that. I'm going to show what's marked as State's Exhibit 60B. Do you recognize that?
It's a small brown envelope in which the hair was placed.
And you said that was on step number 1 or 18, depending upon how you know.
That's correct.
But on this diagram, it's 18.
That's correct.
And where was it located on 18?
All the hair that we found from everything that we collected was predominantly right in the center of the step.
Let's stay with that, what was found on 18.
Okay, on 18, on the center of the step.
Okay. Now we would move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 60A and 60B, please. Now I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 62A and ask whether you can identify this.
This is also another brown packaging envelope in which we placed smaller items.
And what was contained in what's marked as State's Exhibit 62A.
This was also hair found from the back stairwell.
In what location?
Would be my step number 3. This would be step number 16 in the diagram.
If you would please open what's marked as State's Exhibit 62A. I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 62B. Do you recognize that?
Yes, also a smaller envelope in which you place the hair.
And with respect to what's contained in what is marked as State's Exhibit 62B, where exactly did you locate that?
This was found in the center of the stairwell, in the center of the step.
And what step was that?
This would be number 16.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 62A and 62B.
So,
According to the owl theory, the reason why her hair was found is that she pulled her own hair out accidentally because she was reaching up to get the owl out of her hair. So she pulled her own hair out. So her hair was supposedly in her hands. He said it was found on the step. And in the hair, supposedly, were tiny little microscopic owl feathers. So, if the hair was on the step, I still don't buy the owl theory because she was found on her back, semi sitting up. So the owl attacked her outside. She got inside. She lost so much blood that she staggered over to the stairs and then collapsed. And so she would have had to flip, turn around, and fall backwards. And at the same time, she's reaching up and pulling out her hair as she's trying to. Where did the owl go? And I assume she would have left the door open because if she's got both hands up in her hair trying to shoo off an owl, she's not going to think to shut the door. Michael never mentioned that the door was still open when he came back to the house. Was there an open window that the owl flew in and attacked her inside? Like, oh, good Lord.
Now we show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 68 and ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, sir. This is a suspect kit that was collected from Mr. Peterson.
And I think you previously described how you obtained that.
That's correct.
Would you please open what's marked as State's Exhibit 68? Okay. Now, do you recognize the contents of what's marked here as State's Exhibit 68?
I do.
What is it?
It's a suspect kit put out by the state that we collect.
And did you package that up?
I did.
And what is exactly contained in what is marked as State's Exhibit 68A?
We've got a known blood sample from Mr. Peterson. We've got known saliva swabbings from Mr. Peterson. And we also have pubic hairs from Mr. Peterson.
And is that typically, all those items, are those typically what are collected in the suspect kit?
That and head hair is collected from the suspect kit.
All right. You know, at this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 68A and 68.
Live.
And for the record, Your Honor, I will mark the contents of what is contained in State's Exhibit 68. I will mark the contents collectively as 68A. Mr. George, in addition to receiving from someone the various items that you have described up to this point, or with respect to the items that you have collected personally, think you'd indicated that you collected some computers on the 12th of December. Is that right?
That's correct.
With respect to those items, describe for the jury how you went about collecting those, what you did with them to secure them, and then what has been the disposition of those.
I collected 2 computers from an upstairs table in the reading area of the second floor of the home. One was a Macintosh PowerBook, and one was a Macintosh 1200-120 computer from the upstairs table. I also collected a Dell MMP computer from Mr. Peterson's study.
Do you recall where in the study the Dell computer was collected?
They were on a desk beside his work desk in his library.
All right. And with respect to those various items, once you collected them, what did you do with them?
They were put in my central collection point and taken to my car, and again, they were secured inside my vehicle until I can get back to police headquarters and repackage them and put them in property.
At some point, were those transmitted to the State Bureau of Investigation for analysis to your knowledge?
Yes, sir, they were.
With respect to their further disposition, were you involved in that in any way?
No, sir.
Once they were analyzed at the State Bureau of Investigation, did they come back to the Durham Police Department?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you still have them in your custody?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you know what has happened to them since?
I believe I had heard that they had been returned back to Mr. Peterson.
Okay, but you weren't involved in that?
No, sir.
But you do not have them in your custody any longer?
I do not.
Now, during the entire time period that you would have been at the Peterson residence, did you have the occasion to look throughout the entire house?
I did.
At any point, did you see anything that looks like what is marked here as State's Exhibit 72?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, with respect to all the activities that you were involved with during that series of searches between the 9th and the 12th of December of 2001, did you document your activity?
I did.
If you would please generally describe how you went about doing that.
I made sketches and made notes on my sketches that I had. Plus, at the end of the day, we do what we call a daily report, which we document what we have done during that particular day.
Okay.
And then they were eventually turned back into a handwritten report, which then was typed up into a formal typewritten report.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Let me show you what we'll mark as State's Exhibit 150. And ask whether you can identify that, please.
Yes, so this is my this is my original list of items that were taken from Mr. Peterson's home. Some of them list where they were taken or who they were taken from, and who had, and in some cases who advised me to take them.
All right. And is this in your handwriting?
It is.
And with respect to that document, why did you prepare it or describe it in the manner that you have?
This is part of my document that states from the whole report that I had from the call at 1810 Cedar Street.
Does it show where evidence was collected and from whom?
Yes, it does.
Now, at this point, we'd move into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit 150.
Your Honor, I've got a matter I'd like to take up at the bench for a second.
All right. All right, members of the jury, your lunch hour is approaching at this time. We'll go ahead and take it at this time. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of the trial. We'll see you at 12:45.
Yes, Jury Fulton County Johnson back in session and ready to conduct this business. Honorable Orlando F. Hudson Jr., Judge presiding. As to the state of honorable court, you may be seated.
Yeah, all the jurors in the back?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
On this exhibit 150, proposed State's Exhibit 150, which is the list of items prepared by Mr. George, we've identified on here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 items that we think there's a real question about whether they'll end up coming in evidence. And obviously our concern is if something is described on this list and then it doesn't end up coming into evidence, that raises potential questions in the minds of the jurors about what it was and why didn't it come in and what it meant. So my suggestion would be that so that Mr. Harden can accomplish his objective, which is showing that Mr. George kept a detailed list of this without in any way prejudicing our ability to object to some of these things, that we simply offer this, or that he offers this with the names under item redacted on those 6 or 7 or 8 items. And that way he gets what he needs, which is a pretty detailed list without in any way raising issues with the jurors. So that's our proposal. I just ran it by him, so I'm not sure he's even had a chance to think about it. But
Your Honor, can I hand up what is State's Exhibit 150 at this point so you can have a reference? Yeah.
And here, let me also hand up the ones that we identify as items that we think there's a question about.
All right. Yes, sir. Sorry.
I didn't have a chance. We were just discussing it. If we could go through each of the items that they have some question about, I may have a specific argument. But as we indicated at the bench conference, the state's position is that we anticipate that there will be cross-examination of Mr. George with regard to what he did collect and what he didn't collect. If the experience with other law enforcement officers holds true, I anticipate that he will have to deal with that issue. State's position is that he has the discretion to collect items that he believes has evidentiary value, and obviously he collected a lot of items. Many of them have already been entered into evidence or have been identified so that the foundation is laid for other witnesses to actually allow the state to move into evidence those remaining items. Some of these items have not been offered by the state, will not be offered by the state, but I think most of these descriptions are innocuous and would not in any way prejudice the defendant. And with respect to that, we'd ask that generally this list be tendered to the jury as State's Exhibit 150, accepted by this court as evidence, and then allowed to be published to them so that they can see that Investigator George did in fact collect numerous items based upon the discretion that he exercised.
I'm not sure what 13 is. What is 13?
There it was apparently a medical procedure that Mr. Peterson had for some biopsies. That was a document that indicated that the procedure was conducted, and I think we also have a photograph of it.
All right.
That's sort of a good illustration, Judge, of, that I don't think there's any way that's coming into evidence here. And, the jury's going to be left to speculate about what that all means or what it was.
Well, number 40, Mr. Harden, I think you indicated you didn't have that much of a problem with covering in some form.
Well, the terminology document I would like to remain. The location I would like to remain. The other reference I don't have a particular problem with, and we can black that out. That'll be fine. I anticipate that that's going to come in evidence at some point.
Well, it might. I don't know. Mr. Rudolph, I really don't see a problem other than 40 and maybe 13, which I'm still not sure why it's in there.
Well, I don't feel the need to argue it any further. It seemed to me that those were items that might not come in evidence, that there was no real harm to the state in redacting just the item name, and that it eliminated possible confusion on the part of the jury if, in fact, those items didn't end up in evidence. That's all.
All right, Mr. Harden, the court in its discretion will not change the list except for number 40. And that term in parentheses, I think we need to
Yes, sir.
delete or cover up, whatever the method be. All right, do you want this back? You need to. Mr. Harden, you can have this back.
We can take just a moment and maybe take a magic marker, black that out, and then make the copies so that the remainder of the list can be published.
All right, before you do that, have you had a chance to consider the juror's request? Or you have not had?
I have.
We got to make a decision soon if we're going to make one.
Yes, sir. I don't have an objection to it. My only thought would be that if we attempt to accommodate that juror, we may have other requests. So.
Well, I think you already have other requests before that for one juror for sometime. What was it, Ms. Clerk? August 6th, I think it was. No, it wasn't the first. It was some other. Yeah, it was the 6th or the 8th, whatever.
I don't blame you.
I don't know what the defendant's position is.
The state doesn't object.
7, right in the middle of it. Mr. Rudolph.
Would the court then plan on having court in the afternoon that day, or what?
Yeah, we'll have court in the afternoon, but I don't see how I can make it up because one of the jurors has indicated that she has childcare problems after 3:30. I think she had to be there at 3:30, which means we still got a break at 3. What it would do is just be to wipe out our morning.
Would you then? Okay.
What I would do, I would try to give her as much time to get to where she has to get. I mean, I've been to that place numerous occasions. She can get here in 30 minutes.
I'm sorry?
She can get here in less than 30 minutes. And so I would start at 1. I would probably still go to 3, and we just have to pick up time some other time.
Whatever the court wants to do about that is fine with us.
Well, I'm sure we'd still be in the state's case by that time. I was more concerned with Mr. Harden and how he get what kind of problems that will cause you with your witnesses.
Well, right now we're going to be with ID technicians, and I think it will go well into that period of time. So their scheduling is not really a problem right now. It's going to be other witnesses down the road that are having to come here from greater distances, but the ID technicians are available.
Okay, what I will probably do, I mean, I can do it another way, but I really don't want to run into a rash of people having things to do instead of being here at this trial. But I'll probably just bring out that juror and approve it for her. I don't see the necessity of explaining to all the rest of the jurors what I'm doing, although I could do that. Do you all have a different way you want to do it? Or?
Yes, sir, that's perfect with the state.
All right. Can you bring out Miss Blackwell? Mm. I'm sure it will. I'll just direct them to the lawyers to explain. Yes, Miss Black. It doesn't really matter where you sit. You can sit anywhere right there. You had a request.
Yes, sir.
To attend this seminar.
Yes, sir.
Well, the court is going to allow you to attend. I need for you to get back about 1. I was trying to give you enough time to get from wherever you're going to be. I know where you're going to be, but I'm saying to get back from there. Do you think that's enough time to get back? Okay. All right. You might want to take your lunch there. we probably won't be eating lunch.
Because you won't give me lunch when I get back.
That's right. We'll probably start at 1. So I'll need for you to finish your seminar, get back by 1, and then we'll probably just go from 1 to 3. So if you don't eat before, you can eat afterwards, but I'm just letting you know we won't take a lunch break once we get back and start. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Now you need time to do whatever you need to do. I have.
I just want to make enough copies with
The redacted version of what's marked as State's Exhibit 150.
Yes.
It'll just take me a few minutes.
How much time you got? How many people work in the DA's office? About 100 and 150, maybe.
34.
I read in the paper your mom was here, so maybe she'll run off
Yes, sir, she
a
is.
couple of times. How much time you need? I'll take
About 10 minutes.
All right, 10 minutes.
We're going to stand in recess for 10 minutes.
Your Honor, I'll redact this and show Mr. Ridolph to make sure he's got no problems.
Here you go.
In what will be marked as State's Exhibit 107, I've asked Mr. Sachs to redact that portion of the evidence list off of what is marked as State's Exhibit 107. So that would be with respect to item 40, the same parentheses reference, if that's appropriate with the defense.
All right.
Otherwise, we're ready to proceed.
All right. We have to wait for Mr. Sachs or we proceed.
No, sir, I'll go ahead. This is the last thing that I've used.
All right. Mr. Dix. All right, members of the jury, before we continue with the trial of this case, I want to alert you to a scheduling change. This change will be on Wednesday, the 23rd. Now, for those of you who don't like to change like me, that's Wednesday. Today is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay, Wednesday, we will not meet in the morning. We will not meet at 9:30. We will meet at 1 o'clock. And we will probably keep our same schedule, probably go from 1 to 3. So when you come in on Wednesday, eat your lunch before you come. We won't be taking a lunch break. You can eat after 3 if you want to, but we won't be eating lunch between 1 and 3. Okay? Now, but everybody's like me, you can't just spring changes on me. That's why I'm talking real slow. Does everybody understand? Because really, I don't want you down here at 9:30. I may be down here doing what I need to do, but there's no reason to be here 9:30 Wednesday. Okay? Somebody don't understand. Raise your hand if you don't understand. I can't make it no more simpler than that, but raise your hand if you still don't understand. You confused and you want an explanation. Okay. So we'll go from 1 to 3 on Wednesday. Okay? Do something else. Cut your lawn. Go shopping. Stay asleep. Don't come down here. Okay? You can come if you want to, but Come down here if you want to come down here. Sit in the box. The deputy will probably be here. Stare around the courtroom. You will not be staring at me because I will not be here. Okay? If you're here at 9:30 and no one else is in here and you don't see me sitting up here, I recommend you go back home and you come at 1 o'clock. Okay? Further questions, Mr. Steve?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
Yes.
Mr. George, just before lunch and recess, I had you look at what is marked as State's Exhibit 150. Let me hand that back to you at this point. Can you identify it, sir?
Yes, this is a list of items that I took during my investigation.
And I think you were in the process of describing for the jury how you went about the process of compiling that list. Would you go back to that, please, and describe that for me?
As items were handed to me, and I collected the items, and as they were taken to headquarters, some of these items had to be placed in the blood cabinet at police headquarters for drying. The rest of them I went in numerical order and went down from 1 to number 68 as evidence collected in this case.
Okay. And in fact, some of those items today you've identified and have been entered into evidence, and other items received from other folks you've identified as having actually collected them from others. Is that right?
That's correct.
And with respect to all those items over there that you've identified or those that have been entered into evidence, you had to open packages in each of those instances, didn't you?
That's correct.
Were the packages all sealed up?
They were.
All right.
They were.
And you opened them here in this courtroom?
That's correct.
And they'd obviously been opened by others for various reasons throughout this process.
Yes, sir, they had.
But with respect to what you did today, they were all sealed up?
Every one of them were sealed.
All right. Now, with respect to what is marked as State's Exhibit 150, Your Honor, at this point, we've moved that into evidence and asked it to be published to the jury, please. With your permission, I have several related documents that I will be tendering as evidence. If I can go ahead and go through the examination with respect to those, and those that the court accepts as evidence, have them published to the jury, and then give them an opportunity to read all those at one time. May I approach the witness, please? Please show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 151, please, Mr. George. And that's a collected exhibit with several sheets attached to it. Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir. These are my notes and revised sketches of the notes that I had taken on that 12/9/2001.
If you will, please start wherever you're comfortable with any of those things and describe what each page is and how they relate. And if you just sit where you are and hold it up to the jury where you're seated.
This is just a finished sketch of the area in which I was working the morning of the 9th, showing the kitchen, the areas around the couch, the fireplace, the stairway and the hallway going down of the Peterson home.
Okay. The next document, whichever one you use.
This is just a scale showing the steps with the angled stairway with the Mrs. Peterson's body at the bottom of the steps.
Okay.
This is showing a top view of the same sketch, showing the stairwell, the steps, and then the body of Mrs. Peterson. And again, this is another view showing the hallway, the stairwell, and then 2 steps going into the kitchen. This is just a rough sketch of what I had to work with when I was on the scene, depicting some of the sketches that I had made earlier there. And this would have been the same with my measurements, the island and everything coming out.
And when did you prepare these documents?
I prepared this one that on scene,
And those may have been done several days later.
Okay. At this point, we'd move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 151.
It's allowed.
And may they be published to the jury, please.
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 152 and ask whether you can identify that, please. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
This is a daily field call report that I had made on December the 9th, 2001.
And what's a field call report?
This just shows the daily activity of each call that we attend and go to on a daily basis.
And what does the body of the document consist of?
It's just a brief summary of what happened on that particular call.
And when did you prepare that?
This was done on December the 9th, 2001.
At this point, we move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 152.
It's allowed.
With respect to the information contained, will you generally describe what is actually described in the document?
The type of the scene, the location, the agency, my time of the time I received the call, the time I arrived, and time I departed, the date, the official case number that was assigned to this case by the Durham Police Department, and our lab number. I go on with a brief narrative of the victim, the address, and the date of birth of the victim. My reason for getting the call and how I responded, where I responded from, what I observed initially when I got on the scene, who I spoke with, and the assistance that I called for on the scene, and what was done.
And with respect to specific information on this document relating to what was done, what does it say?
You want me to read it?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, it talks about the officer who was the initial officer on the scene, whether or not photographs and video were taken, was there any latent processing, and if there's a suspect.
At this point, we'd ask that this document be published to the jury as well. Now let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 153 and ask whether you can identify that.
This is also a field call report. This was showing that I returned back to 1810 Cedar Street on the 9th, responding back to work on the scene that I had left earlier. It's stating, again, the time that communications received the call, my arrival time, my depart call, again with the official IR number, lab number, the date, and what was done on the scene in the narrative.
And when did you prepare that?
This was done, really would have been done on the 10th. I've got the 9th on it, but it would have been done on the 10th because I returned back on the scene on the 9th.
But it relates to activity on the 9th?
That's correct.
We will move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 153. And we'll ask to publish that to the jury. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 154 and ask whether you can identify this, please.
This is also a field call report. This was dated the 10th, showing a follow-up back at 1810 Cedar Street. The time I arrived or received the call, the time I arrived, the time I left. Again, with the official numbers, the
case number and my lab number. And this is showing that I was back to a follow-up call and what was done. Showing that the officer was Investigator Holland and what we had done there. And this was dated again on the 10th.
Now, we're moving into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit 154. And we will publish that to the jury as well. Based upon all the information that you had collected in these various field call reports and some of the notes, did you formulate a full report of your activities between the 9th and the 12th of December?
I did.
Let me show you what is marked as State's Exhibit 107, please. Ask if you can identify that.
This is my finished type report of the crime scene, from the scene at 1810 Cedar Street.
We move into evidence what's marked as State's Exhibit 107. And when did you finally complete this full report of all your activities?
Everything was finished up and was signed off May the 23rd of 2002.
Okay. Did you prepare this document before that time period?
I had.
And approximately when did you prepare it?
From, say, the 11th, starting at the 11th, moving through a week or so after that.
Okay, but it was actually signed off on by your supervisor on what?
The type report was, yes, sir.
Okay.
Here's one there. Here's the handwritten report that was signed off, so that I finished on the 29th.
And the handwritten report essentially reflects what is shown here in
That's
what's marked
correct.
as State's Exhibit 107?
That's correct, sir.
There's a handwritten report marked separately.
No, but I can do that. And we'll mark this as State's Exhibit 107A. Young man, we approach the bench, please. Now, there's a duplication of listing of evidence on the back of what is marked as State's Exhibit 107A, as it is also reflected in what's marked as State's Exhibit 150.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And we'll move into evidence what is marked as State's Exhibit 107A. And when you say that was prepared?
Between the time of the 9th and it was finally completed on the 29th of January.
Your Honor, with respect to what is marked as State's Exhibit 107, we would ask that that be published to a jury. Now, you had indicated earlier in your testimony that you went throughout the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And I think I've shown you a couple of these diagrams, but I want to confirm something with you. Let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit D1. Does it accurately depict and illustrate the scene as you saw it on December the 9th?
Yes, sir, it does.
Show you what is marked as State's Exhibit D2. Does it accurately depict the first floor area of 1810 Cedar Street as you saw it on December the 9th, 2001?
Yes, sir, it does.
I'll show you what is marked as State's Exhibit D3. I think you've already testified a little bit about this, but I want to make sure that this accurately depicts what you saw on December the 9th, 2001, as it related to the kitchen and hall area of 1810 6th Street.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. George, once the police department, through its agents or investigators, processes a scene, what condition do they leave the scene in?
The same way that they entered it, the same way that they observed as they went into the scene.
Do they take any actions at all to clean up the area?
No, sir.
And why is that? Is that your responsibility?
No, sir, that's not my responsibility.
Your Honor, I don't have other questions of the witness at this time, but I would ask that the jury be allowed enough opportunity and time to read the published exhibits that they now possess.
All right, members of the jury, you can go ahead and consider the exhibits that you have. I would recommend that you not discuss with a fellow juror at this time the contents. I mean, obviously, if you want to pass an exhibit and you're trying to read it or whatever, that's one thing. But now is not the time to discuss with your fellow jurors the contents of the exhibits or the subject matter of the exhibits. You take as much time as you want to look at those. I would recommend that when you finish looking at all the exhibits, that you, if you're on the front row, just put them on the top front row. If you're on the back, just put them on the back. If you're holding up the exhibit, I'm going to assume you're reading it. I don't want to do that. I want you to finish, you put it down, and we'll collect them at the appropriate time. All right, Mr. Deputy, if you will determine when the jurors are finished, and Mr. Clerk, if you let me know when they're finished. Mr. Rudolph, do you want to begin your cross-examination, or do you want to take a break?
Whatever the jurors like, I'd be happy to do.
All right, members of the jury, let's take a break for 15 minutes. When you come back, you hear the cross-examination. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of the trial. See you at 2:15.
Yeah, I'm dropping stuff. Where'd it go? Where did it go? Is this the right account? No, it's not the right account. That's why. Right account. Well, where'd it go? There it is. Okay, let's take a break from the boringness, from the boring trial stuff, and watch a fun video. This woman called the cops on her husband.
Middle of a heated divorce dispute after the wife made a 911 call alleging domestic violence.
Did you say who the complainant's name was?
Come in. Please come in. Please come in. Dog's not gonna hurt you.
I'm not worried about the dog. I'm just,
what's going on?
He's upstairs. Sitting here texting, lying, doing the usual shit that I've had to deal with. And he's pulled all the body. I don't want you. Don't face me. You don't record me.
You know that's our policy.
I remember
Turn away
where
from me
this is at.
because I'm done with y'all. I'm a nurse. I'm about to lose my license. He's upstairs with his daughter, and they have.
Has he already moved out?
He moved out. He moved back. I found out he
So
spoke
what
to
if-
somebody else. Now he moved back in. Now I have evidence he's with his ex-wife. And I want him out of the house, and he won't even get out of the room.
Does he live here?
He does live here, unfortunately, but he won't even get out of the room. He's doing everything he can to antagonize me, to try to elicit a response, and I just want him away from me because I'm done. This is a long time coming. When he had me arrested a year ago, and you pulled me in, and his buddy pulled me in, despite the fact that I was RN, and now my RN's at risk because I had a couple of cocktails that night.
Talk to you outside.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Lady, he is not the reason you're going to lose your license. You are the reason you're going to lose your license. And it's how hard you work for that license. You shouldn't be doing anything that makes you lose that license. I so regret that I let my license lapse. I did it to myself because I could work a desk job or something. I didn't know those kind of jobs existed in nursing. So when I got to where I couldn't work out on the floor of a hospital or a nursing home, I went on disability, I was like, oh, well, I'll never use it again. And it's over $100 a year to renew. Why am I going to spend all that money if I'm not going to use it? But this lady, no. It's nobody else's fault that you're going to lose your nursing license, woman.
Oh, look at that poor little scratch on my husband's twice my size. Oh, poor baby.
No, I'm not going to press charges, but
I don't know where he had that.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I'm not going to do anything. But
what's going on?
No, she's just lost it, and she's telling me to get out of my house, and I'm like, no, it's my house too. I don't have to leave. I'm just here to keep the peace. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, that's what I know about peace officers. It's so peaceful.
She's just going to because she doesn't. But we're in a bad place. I admit it. Okay, I've already called my attorney. The paperwork's gone back in. We should have been divorced in January, but she fought it. I managed to get it thrown out. Long story short, we're going back through this, and I'm excited about it because this kind of just is not going to work for me. And again, I'm not pressing charges, so I don't.
And you know how it goes.
I know. I'm just telling you, I'm not doing anything. So she's not going to be taken in. That's not happening. Okay? Because I didn't report this.
It doesn't matter. We ended up here.
No, I know. It's not being. In that case, I'm not doing this. Look, the bottom line is, she is losing her temper. I can go to my parents' house, but what I told her is I don't.
The most adult person in this video, besides the cops, is the 13-year-old daughter.
Inconvenience is my daughter, who has school tomorrow. It puts her in a bad situation. You stay away from me and away from her. Ellis.
Do you mind if I talk to her?
Yeah, that's fine.
You need EMS? Should we call bus?
A prior domestic incident between the couple had resulted in the wife being taken to jail, and there were even allegations of drug abuse made by the daughter.
What did you see?
So, I was like, I heard them arguing, so I stepped out of my room because I was across the hall. And the only thing I saw her, walk around the bed, and she had, a Stanley cup in her hand. And you can see, the marks on the floor from when she was, where the water went everywhere. And she was just, hitting him with it, and then she started, clawing at him.
Okay.
She had,
get stretched.
No, I didn't. That's Daisy. Daisy!
Hell yeah, you are.
Shut up.
Let's not do the back and forth. I don't want to. So let's not.
It's called get out.
Dad was like, she lives here too. I was like, I live here too. I need my stuff. And she charged at him, and I have it on my phone.
I'm looking forward to not only getting a divorce, but suing you on top of the damages that you've done to my children and your own child. And because of it, you're going to lose custody.
The back and forth, let's not do that. Let's just save it for
You know
court.
what? I don't want to save it for court because you know what? Between you and your buddies, him and his other buddy, which I'm grateful has been termed since then, he had no reason to put me in cuffs, I'm losing my RN license, and all I
not
did
the one
was
that
ring
put you
in
in
that
cuffs.
mother.
I didn't want. I'm not the one that put you in
All
cuffs.
I did.
I'm not the one that put you in cuffs.
Doesn't matter.
So,
I had bruises on my hands for weeks, and I'm losing my damn license, and I've lost my children within weeks
I got you.
because of that.
But going back and forth is not going to solve the situation either. So
Just get him out of here.
yelling at me.
Get him out!
solve the situation.
Please, I'm not mad at you. It's not your fault.
But
Please,
you're yelling.
kindly understand my frustration is not with you. It's with him, and no one's solving the problem.
Double up. Double up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Come on.
What? No, what? For what?
Chill
For
out.
what?
Man, chill out.
For what?
Man, chill
No,
out.
you're not putting me in cuffs for any reason, without a reason. I want a reason. Why are you putting me in cuffs? Why are you putting me in cuffs? They're putting me in cuffs. Yes, they are. Are you not been put in cuffs? You prick. Prick. Get away from me. Get away from me.
I'm right here.
I'm not. Just get away from me. Oh my God. How many times have I called for assault? Nobody's put him in cuffs.
Come outside.
Please don't do it. Don't do it. I'm not.
You've already explained it.
I'm
not telling you to leave. I'm telling you to come outside.
I'm not. I don't want this.
You gotta come outside.
I'm not going to do it. I will not come outside until I'm in my house, and I will not come outside until you stop this. Please. I will leave. Listen, officers. I'm not leaving my house.
We're not telling you to leave, but you cannot do it.
I'm not. But what I'm telling you is, I will leave her here. I will go to my parents. If y'all will leave now, she called. No, I'm not doing this again. Okay. I'll call the mayor. He's a good buddy of mine.
That's fine, sir. Go ahead and call the mayor. But you don't understand. Domestic violence is not in your hands.
That's fine. I'm not doing domestic violence. I didn't call. She
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter who
Your daughter lied the first time, and he lied the first time.
We're not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not pressing charges. I will not do it.
At this point, it's not up to you, sir.
No, there was nothing. Okay?
I didn't do anything.
No.
And let us handle this.
No.
Okay?
No. No.
You're not arresting me.
No, you're not arresting her. Then both of y'all are going to go to jail. No.
That's right. If you're going to arrest both of us, you're going to arrest
I'm
him
not
too.
obstructing justice, sir. Unless she did something to you, I'm not saying she did anything.
As tempers continue to rise, officers try to explain how none of them had a choice, but the male was insistent that his connections to the local higher-ups would make things difficult.
Look, we're getting a divorce, okay? She doesn't deserve this, and I'm not doing this.
I'm not saying.
I provoked her today. I shouldn't have.
Okay. I understand you're saying this.
Okay, so just leave it alone.
But here's the problem.
No.
State law says that we cannot.
No, I know what the state law says. I went through this before.
Okay.
And I'll call DeKalb County, and I'll call the mayor. Okay. And I'll raise a real stink.
You like
because I
how
can. Not because I care about this, but because I just want this over.
you like how they redacted DeKalb County. So this is in Georgia.
Okay.
If you will just walk away.
But there is video evidence of
No,
getting
he
into
didn't
a
give any video evidence. There's no video evidence. I didn't show him one thing. If he said that, you're
have
lying.
injuries on your arm.
No, go ahead. No. That could be from the dog. You don't know.
Sir, at this
Chloe
point,
did it.
it's out of your hands.
No, it's not. So
This is a domestic
I'll
violence
make this
situation.
ugly. I'll make it ugly.
It's a domestic violence
I'll
situation.
call my
sir.
dad, and then he'll call. Don't worry. We got plenty of ties. I got ties all the way up.
That's fine, sir.
Hell, the Tucker precinct's named after my great grandfather.
That's fine, sir.
Oh, there we go. Hey, no, stop that video right now. Give me that phone. I own that phone. Do not do it.
Dad, I'm not dealing with it anymore.
I'm not either.
She is abusive.
Okay, I don't want to deal with this.
I don't want to deal with her.
Okay, officer, you just coerced my daughter. I
No,
saw
he didn't.
that. Oh, yes.
No, I will gladly
No,
say
no.
that I gave him the phone.
No, you coerced.
No, he didn't.
You coerced.
No.
I love this kid.
I'll tell my mom. I'm gonna tell my mom.
How old are you, man?
I'm 13. 14.
Look, we can either do this the easy way or the hard way. I'll leave, and and that's fine. And y'all can leave with it, and she can sit her crazy ass here. And that's fine. And everything goes away. We'll be divorced. She'll eventually be out of this house, and everything will go away. And y'all will never be called to this house again because I won't have a reason to call you. And I'd like to get along with y'all since I'm going to live here.
You do understand that what she did is battery.
Okay.
Domestic
I'm not
violence
pressing
battery.
any charges.
Doesn't matter.
And this was the dog. I mean, you can see the claw marks.
Don't matter.
Sir, it's domestic battery.
Thank you, Gapito.
Be your word against mine with that coercion you just did to my daughter.
That's not.
Oh, yes, it is. And it's on video.
Yeah,
All right.
it certainly is, sir.
So,
You have 4 different body cams.
I know.
So, yes, it is on video.
I know. And so you'll see that. Okay. You just took her phone from her hand and told her to show you the video.
I didn't.
Yes, you did. I stood right here.
Okay.
Okay. So, like I said, let's just let this go amicably. Be done. I'll go home. She can stay here.
Sir, it does not work that way when it comes to domestic violence.
Okay, well, understand. I antagonized her.
Can I go to the restroom at the top of the stairs, please?
Oh, I forgot about this.
When I'm done with this call, I wet my pants. Great. So I'm gonna sit here in my own. I'm sitting here in my own piss because of my own stress, Gene. Thank you very much. Okay, I've got a bunch of cops in my house because I called on my soon-to-be ex-husband, and they are insisting on picking me up on battery. Can you please help? I'm just in a ball in my corner in my kitchen.
The officers had waited.
Okay, let me tell y'all about a little something called nurse's bladder. We don't get to go to the bathroom when we're working. We have to run around like a chicken with our head cut off. So we've trained our bladders to go a little bit longer. It's called a nurse's bladder. I guarantee you, if she peed on herself, she did it on purpose. There is no way. Like, okay, I'll give you for instance, like you guys know I've not been a nurse for like 10 years, right? Travis and I can go to a theme park. I can go all day without going to the bathroom. At home, like every time I stand up, I'm like, dang, every time I stand up, I gotta go pee. Go to a theme park, I go all day. He's like, what's wrong with you? You haven't gone to the bathroom? That's my nurse's bladder, honey. You're not like that at home. I know I don't have to be at home.
Wasted enough time listening to all that bickering, and sooner or later they had to put the gears in motion.
I used to be a commissioner in Avondale for
Okay.
4 years.
Okay.
I know how all that works. Okay, I know all of it.
Change,
All.
stupid.
I know
So
who
then
funds it. I know how it works.
So then you understand that the domestic violence, you have no say in it.
No, that's not the case.
Yes, it is, sir.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And there's video because we were arguing, but I wasn't showing any of my video. Nobody wants to see any of that. Because I'm not trying to get my soon-to-be ex-husband arrested. So it's either me and him or just me. So can you please help?
You've spoken with them.
Y'all have
Spoken with them.
nothing. Guys, I'm just being honest. Y'all have nothing better to do.
Will you please?
Sir, I'm asking, do y'all have nothing better to do?
No! I'm pissing myself! Oh, get off me! Get off me! Get off me! No, I'm wetting my pants!
How crazy do you have to be to wet yourself thinking that will keep the cops from taking you to jail? That is messed up.
No, hey, no, you just touched me. You touched me. Don't touch me.
I'm wetting my pants!
Yes, I did. No, you touched me.
I did.
Stop!
I just asked you to step back. I'm sorry.
Relax your hands.
What do you want? I don't
Put your
want
hands
to
up.
Why do I need
Relax
to be
your hands
tough?
and
I'm
put
not
your hands
hurting anybody.
We're not saying you are.
Hurting anyone, and I'm not going anywhere.
Guys,
Christ almighty, thank you. This is you. This is
you called them.
I did this.
You called them.
I did this.
You called them.
Yes, you did this.
Christ almighty.
Guys, come
And
on.
they've never arrested you at any time that you said, why am I standing up?
Did you go into the back of the car?
Oh my God, my pants are wet.
Listen, guys. No, I'm closing the door.
No, sir, you're not.
It's my home. You are on my property. No, you are on my property. You are on my property. No,
she's in
I'm not
custody.
in custody. I'm in my
Are you going
house.
to move out the way or are you going to go to jail too?
I think the only thing he didn't use was "I pay your salary." I think that was the only one he didn't hit on. He did. I know the mayor. I used to be a commissioner, or yeah, on the commissioner, whatever that's called. What else? Oh, the police station's named after his great grandfather. I didn't call you. I'm not pressing charges. He didn't do the "I pay your salary" thing. That's the only thing he didn't do.
But she's going to jail too.
We're not doing this. She's going to jail, so she is.
What? But I need to go to jail. Do you understand? I'm going to lose my license as a nurse, and my children are already gone because of his lies.
No,
Just stop.
Oh, so now you're going to obstruct justice on me.
You're obstructing us.
No, I'm not. Because I didn't do anything.
Obstructing him.
I didn't do anything.
She is in
I
custody.
didn't do it. I'm pissing myself. Can I please at least have a clean pair of pants? Oh my God.
I'll make sure and videotape it all.
Yes, sir, please
I'm
do.
going to jail because of you. Can I please change my pants?
This is, by the way, this is
You're
a false
going to
arrest.
jail. You called them.
What's your number, sir?
Ma'am,
I can't have my purse. Can I have my
get that. Go
I'll
out
get
the
it
door.
ready for you. Officer Branch.
Yes, sir.
I'll be letting Jonathan Elmore know.
Okay.
The female continued screaming, bringing neighborly attention to her soiled pants and difficult attitude.
Why do you take me in? Why?
It is domestic battery.
I didn't do anything. Would you like to see his?
Miss Lee, where's your purse?
It's in the house. Would you like to see his battery so you can cuff his ass too?
Okay.
Would you like to?
Please.
It's in the house.
Okay.
I
Where
put
in
up
the
a
house?
warrant, and the son of a bitch has had me locked up. This is now the second time. I've had it.
Where's your purse and a pair of shoes?
I have urine down half of my pants because of the stress.
Where's your purse and some of your pair of
I don't know. But you're obviously not going to let me back in the house. My hands are.
We'll get you a pair of shoes in your purse, okay?
We will get your shoes. We'll get your purse. We'll get all that
You
stuff.
have nothing else to do but put me in a goddamn car? You have nothing else to do? Really?
Get in the vehicle, please.
No, I want to stay outside at the very least. I'm full of piss. I don't want to sit down. Please. I'm not even trying to be disrespectful. I just don't want to sit.
I'm not saying you are. Okay. The other officer's
Why
gonna get your shoes.
don't you
He's gonna
want
get
to
your
see
purse.
his evidence?
Well, tell us.
Why don't you want to see my phone?
What do you have on your phone?
Him screaming at me, arguing at me, the text from last night of him threatening me. It's just on and on and on and on. He has plenty of places to go. I have no one. I'm just trying to move back to New York after we're divorced, but I don't have any family here. And I don't have anywhere else to go. But he's got plenty of options, and he's doing it. He's doing it to antagonize me. And I don't understand why. I don't understand why I'm in cuffs, and he's not. I've called at least 3 times.
You need you to either put on the shoes or you need to get in the car. There's only 2 options.
I'm not getting asked. You're gonna take me down. You're gonna take me downtown. You're gonna book me, aren't you? No matter what I do, no matter what he says, no matter what I say.
Yeah, they
book me,
are.
aren't you?
I can't be any clearer than that.
So
I would appreciate if I could at least change my pants. Since I pissed myself and I've asked multiple times to change my pants because of the stress.
We're in a public setting, so we
Understood. I don't care if I do it over there next to the bush. I just don't want to be in wet pants anymore after the stress of the abuse of my husband, but none of y'all care about any of that. You're not going to hook. You're not going to cuff him. You're not.
If you want to deal with the pants situation, you have got to calm down. Okay.
What else would you like me to do?
Okay.
I'm trying to be as calm
We're
as
not going to take you
humanly
back in
possible.
there.
That's fine.
Okay. I don't want to do it out here in a
I
public
don't
setting.
care. I just don't want to be soaked in urine anymore.
So, ma'am, can you just put on the shoes? We're going to get you back in the car. We're going to take you to PD. You can change your pants there.
We can do it there.
But you're not going back inside the house. So if you can you put your shoes on at least? We won't mess up your feet. You get back in the car. We'll take you to PD to switch your pants, okay? Thank you. Watch your leg.
Continuing his weird show of solidarity, the husband refused to let officers acquire the video evidence, forcing them to seize the poor child's phone.
We can hold the
Do not talk to her. Do not talk to her.
Dad, I'm not doing anything.
I know. You're coming inside. Come on. I'm your legal guardian. Come on.
Okay. We can hold the phone to get a search warrant for it.
If you take that phone.
The phone is seized. We're going to get a search warrant for it.
Okay.
If that's the way you want to do it.
You shouldn't turn it off.
No, sir. You cannot do that. No,
Sir, I'm not.
Okay.
It has evidence on there. You can do that if you want.
Evidence on the phone.
Okay.
We can seize the phone. No, you can't. All right, tell you what. I'll stand here with her and give me the phone back. Drop it right there, please.
But
no. What? Are you buddies with Neil? Is that what it is? Is that your friend? Is her ex-husband your buddy? I know the truth of this. I know the truth of this, so that's fine because he actually told me. But nonetheless, let's just go ahead and you can talk to her with me.
I'm trying to do this the easy way.
You can talk to me with me present. You don't need the phone.
Sir, the phone has evidence on it related to a crime.
You are not. No.
It doesn't matter what you say, okay? I'm trying to do this the easier way without taking her
I'm
phone.
going to listen to them. I'm not going to do anything.
That's fine.
I'm going to do what they ask.
That's fine. And I'll stand here and listen.
I've already heard what you said.
Do not unlock your phone, Ellis.
Okay.
They asked me to.
Do not unlock your phone.
It doesn't have to. I don't need it for that. There's other ways to get it. Okay.
That's what we're asking you to do it the easy way.
I'm not to do it the easy way. I don't want to have to take your daughter's phone. Okay. She's already been through enough.
But you put her.
No, you put me through that. Don't even. Don't start that.
There's usually a TPO issued with the
Can I
domestic
ask
violence.
you, why do y'all, and I'm being serious here, do y'all like doing this to people? And I'm just being honest. I'm asking because I don't understand it. I would understand it if I was in a situation where I felt like I wanted to do it or if I called the police or something, but I don't understand this. So I'm just curious, especially because it seems like, if I'm honest, y'all have a particular thing for her, and I don't understand.
No, we don't.
Well, I don't know. I don't understand. Look, I'm divorcing the woman.
We wouldn't be here if y'all don't call us.
I didn't call you.
I'm not saying you did.
I understand, but again, the problem is you're ruining her life, and in the process, whether you know it or not, sir, you're also ruining mine.
How?
And I get it that you
The first step to us showing up is calling us.
I get it that you don't
involved
care.
her.
I get it that you don't care.
Okay. Well, we've done everything we need to do. Do you feel safe?
Yeah.
She feels safe with me.
Okay.
The 48-year-old female was charged with battery and cruelty to children 3rd degree. YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen. Click to watch now.
I saw that and I was like, oh my gosh. We got to watch that one. That woman was just unbelievable. And he was even worse because he's like, I know the mayor. But do you guys think if, like, in cases like that, when it's not a serious injury, do you think it should, if the other person doesn't press charges, do you think that they should just be able to say, okay, no one's seriously hurt and just leave? I don't, because what if then they go back to fighting and then someone gets unalived? Because that's why all these DV things changed, was because of Gabby Petito, because that's exactly what happened. There were no serious injuries, and the cops just separated them for the night, and then the next day they went on their way, and then she ended up dead. So that's why it's different now. Even the teeniest tiny thing, like a scratch, even though it wasn't a serious injury, they still had to take her in. But I mean, it's like that, I was telling you guys about that case in Florida a few months ago. Oh yeah, did he call? He didn't call 911 on the cops either. Yeah. It's another thing he didn't do. That there was a guy in Florida that his ex-wife called the cops on him. She was remarried. So divorce over and done with. And she called the cops. I guess he tried to break into her house or broke into her house, or I don't know the details, but he went to jail. There was a TPO. And as soon as he got out of jail on bail, he went to their house and unalived her and her new husband. And I'm not sure if he unalived himself too or not. I don't remember. I'll have to look it up. But yeah, it is kind of sad because he didn't want her arrested even though he got hurt. And in reality, that might have been the only thing as far as she would go. But then there's always that possibility. So I get, he didn't want to press charges, but it doesn't matter anymore. But man, was he ridiculous or what? I know the mayor. The police station's named after my great-great-grandfather. Who cares? Why does that matter? It doesn't. She came at you and scratched you, dude. What if she'd come at you with a knife? You could be dead or seriously hurt or not have a certain body part. Who knows?
Good afternoon, Mr. George.
Good afternoon.
You and I do know each other before today. On Friday, you spent a little bit of time on direct examination demonstrating what you now say you observed in terms of contact between Mr. Peterson and Kathleen Peterson, correct?
Yes, sir.
With that doll up there, right?
That's correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that, but before I get there, I want to talk a little bit about what happened before you got there. You got to the scene at 3:07 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
And of course, the call had come in at 2:41 a.m., right?
I don't know when the call came in, sir.
All right. Well, assuming that there's already been evidence that the call came in around 2:41 or 2:42, that would mean that there was about 25 to 26 minutes between the time the call came in and the time that you first got to the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
And then there was a little bit of time that went by before you actually got into the kitchen, right?
Yes, sir.
So we'd be looking at somewhere around, say, the 30-minute mark between the time that call was made by Mr. Peterson and the time you observed what you said you observed on Friday, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, you don't know where Miss Peterson's body was when Michael Peterson found her that evening, correct?
That's correct.
You know where it was when you arrived at the scene, right?
I know where it was when I arrived, yes, sir.
All right. And you certainly don't know what contact Mr. Peterson might have had with Kathleen or that stairway for that matter in that, say, 30 minutes between the time the call came in and the time you saw him.
That 13-year-old child had a better head on her shoulders than the two adults. No, I'm not worried at all.
Right?
That's correct.
Or what contact he had with his wife before he even made the call.
That's
right?
Correct.
You don't know whether he found her in the corner, say, of that stairway and pulled her to the position you saw her in, right?
That's correct.
What you do know is that when you got there at 3:07 and walked into the house a few minutes later, there were towels underneath her head, right?
That's correct.
And you know the EMS workers hadn't done that, right?
That's correct.
And it'd be fair to say, would it not, that Mr. Peterson would have at least had to lift Kathleen Peterson's head to put those towels underneath it, correct?
Someone had to do that.
Someone had to. And those towels were soaked in blood, were they not?
Yes, sir, they were.
So it's clear that Kathleen Peterson was still bleeding when those towels were put under her head, right?
I can't answer that, sir. I'm not a blood spatter expert.
Well, in order for do you know how soaked those towels were?
I do.
They were pretty soaked, right?
Yes, sir, they were.
And so she couldn't have sort of bled out on the floor or somewhere else and then had that blood soak into those towels. She had to keep bleeding when those towels were underneath her head, didn't she?
The towels were soaked in blood. There had been blood there, yes, sir.
All right. And you didn't seize the towel?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know how many towels there were under her head?
No, I don't.
Do you know, for example, whether or not there was a bottom towel, a middle towel, and a top towel?
No, sir, I don't.
It would be relevant, wouldn't it, for example, if the top towel, let's just assume for a second there were 3 towels, a bottom, a middle, and a top.
Objection to that.
Let's find out what his question is, Mr. D.
Now, if there were 3 towels there, for example, and the bottom one had blood but not the top, that would be relevant because it would seem to indicate that the blood might have wicked up from the floor, right?
Objection to hypothetical.
Do you have an answer, sir?
I'm sorry, sir?
Do you have an answer?
Not necessarily. It could have been one towel that was placed there and then more placed right on top of it.
I see.
Oh.
And of course, if the top towel was wet, but the bottom one wasn't, or the middle one wasn't, that would tend to indicate that she was still bleeding from her head when that towel was put underneath there, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
But because you didn't seize the towels, we have no way of knowing any of that information at this point, or even how many towels there were, right?
That's correct.
And that was an intentional choice on your part?
No, sir, it wasn't an intentional choice.
Oh, I thought the other day you said that you had discretion about what you were going to seize and you just decided not to seize those towels.
That was my statement, yes, sir.
So was that intentional, that you just decided the towels didn't have any relevance?
You could say that.
Why not, if it could possibly tell us whether she was still bleeding when you put them under her?
Sir, as an ID tech, we do have discretion on what we collect.
I understand that.
And there were many things that I could have collected, which I did not collect.
I understand that too.
And this was one of the things, because of the saturation of the blood there on the towel, we did not collect.
I understand that too. What I'm asking you is why, if you might have been able to tell by which towel had blood whether she was still bleeding when it was put under there, why, in your opinion, it had no relevance?
That was a decision that I'd made, sir.
Do you have no answer about why you decided it had no relevance?
No.
Okay, sir. Now, do you know where Michael Peterson physically was when he first called 911?
I have no idea.
Can we see Exhibit 9 up there? This is State's Exhibit number 9. I'm sorry, Defense Exhibit number 9. Do you recognize that as being one of the steps from the house?
It certainly appears to be, yes, sir.
And I think you've told these folks that you spent a lot of time processing those steps, right?
We did.
Hours?
Yes, sir.
Looking for hairs that belonged to Kathleen Peterson?
Yes, sir.
Of course, it was her house, right?
That's correct.
And she had hands in her hair, she had hair in her hands as though she had pulled some hair out of her head, right?
Yes, sir.
But you felt that was relevant, collecting those hairs that belonged to her?
That was collected by the medical examiner, sir.
I'm sorry, didn't you collect hairs from the stairway?
I did collect hair from the stairwell, not from her hands.
I understand. In any event, in the course of doing all that stuff, did you happen to notice that stain right there?
I did notice all the stains that were on the steps, yes, sir. I really can't detect one particular stain.
Well, you see that stain right there that I just circled?
Yes, sir, I do.
Does that appear to you to be the outline of a phone?
Objection.
Let him answer if he has an answer, Mr.
Sir, you're asking me to make a determination on that. I can't make a determination on that. It does not, from my point of view at that time, that did not appear to me to be a stain from the phone.
Okay, so at least at that point, at the time that you were processing the scene, you didn't look at that and say, that looks like it might be a phone.
No, sir, I did not.
All right. But there was a phone on the counter in the kitchen, wasn't there?
Yes, sir, it was.
Can we go to that picture? Oh, let me mark it. I'm sorry. Let me show you. Thank you. Approach. Let me show you what's been marked now as Defense Exhibit 114 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, that was the Allen counter that come out from the kitchen.
Yes, sir. And is that a fair and accurate representation of how that island counter looked at the time that you were there?
Yes, sir, it is.
Offer 114 into evidence.
Hello.
Can we put it up on the screen, please? Now, do you see, it's hard to see in that photo there, but you see a little bit of red in the very corner of the phone there?
Sir, I did testify earlier that there was some staining on the phone that I couldn't make a determination whether it was blood or any other stain.
You saw some staining on this phone right here, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
As a matter of fact, in the video, you flipped it over.
That's correct.
Because there was even more staining on the back.
That's correct.
And you said you weren't sure if it was blood or some other stain?
That's correct.
Well, you didn't seem to have the same difficulty in determining whether stuff on the cabinet was blood, did you?
Sir, when I made a statement, I said it appeared to be blood.
Oh, I'm sorry. So with regard, just so we're clear, with regard to all the stains that you have testified were blood or appeared to be blood, you don't know for a fact that it was blood.
I didn't do the testing on the phenolphthalein, sir.
Well, was any phenolphthalein testing done, for example, on the phone?
Not on the phone, no, sir.
Let's educate everybody about what that is. There are certain tests that folks like you, lab techs, have that are called presumptive tests for blood, right?
That's correct.
What they'll do is and it's very simple kits, right?
That's correct.
You bring it with you to a scene, right?
That's correct.
You had it with you that night.
Yes, sir.
And what you do is if you come across something like a phone that has a reddish brown stain that might be blood, or a kitchen cabinet that has a reddish brown stain that might be ketchup or might be blood or might be coffee grounds or whatever else happens in the kitchen, what you do is you use one of these presumptive tests, right?
Yes, sir.
And there are 4 different presumptive tests, are there not?
I'm not aware of the 4, no, sir.
Well, you're aware of phenolphthalein.
That's correct.
How about leucomalachite green?
No, sir.
You're not familiar with that?
No, sir, I'm not.
How about hemosticks?
We have hemosticks.
Okay. That's a really simple test, right?
Yes, sir.
They're used in hospitals, right?
Yes, sir.
How about otolidin?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Well, you have at least 2.
Yes, sir.
Which you had with you that evening.
That's correct.
And why, if you didn't know whether or not that was blood on a phone would be relevant to you, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir, it would be.
Well, why, if you weren't sure, didn't you simply do a presumptive test?
It was just completely overlooked, sir.
Okay, sir. Here we have Exhibit 68. Angie. Where's the phone? Let me show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 68 and ask you if you recognize that.
It's a telephone.
Yes, sir. Does it appear to you to be the same type of phone that is depicted in that photograph?
It appears to be the same type, yes, sir.
Okay. And if you turn this on its side, can we go back to that first? If you turn this on its side like that, does that appear to you to sort of mirror that outline there?
I think the staining on the step's a little bit more curved than what the phone is.
Okay. You see the phone curves here, right?
Yes, sir, but it's beveled also.
Mm-hmm. And of course, if you put a phone down in wet blood and it dries a little bit because it stays there a while, and then you pick it up, what happens is the blood will adhere to the phone, right?
Yes.
Like
and it'll leave an outline, right?
Yes, sir.
Whereas if you put a phone down in dry blood, put it down, you pick it up, nothing happens, right?
That's correct.
So if there was blood on this phone back on December 9th, and if that outline, in fact, indicated that the phone had been in blood and you had done a presumptive test and confirmed that, that would have been important information, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Overruled.
I'll repeat the question, please.
Yes, sir. If a phone had been left in blood, wet blood, in that stairway that night, that would have been important information for you, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir, it would be.
But because you didn't do any presumptive test on the phone on the counter, we don't know the answer to that, right?
That's correct.
By the way, did you know that Officer McDowell had sent Todd Peterson looking for a phone in the scene that night?
No, sir, I didn't know that.
You weren't told that?
No, sir.
You should have been, right?
I don't know whether I should have been told that or not. Sir, my actions were from the time that I got there through, but I wasn't told that the phone was anywhere near the scene.
Well, as someone processing the scene, one of the things you want to know about is possible contamination before you got there, isn't it?
I would like to have known that, yes.
Right. Because if, in fact, there was possible contamination there, you need to take that into account when you were processing the scene, correct?
That would be on any case.
Yes, sir. That's why in any case, you need to be told about any possible contamination.
Yes, sir.
But in this case, you weren't.
I was not.
So it's fair to say, is it not, that although you don't know exactly what contact Mr. Peterson may have had with either Kathleen's body or the stairway, you know, or at least can infer from the towels under her head and from a possible, we'll just call it a possible phone outline there, and a possible phone with blood that, and the contents of that 911 call that he was in some contact with the body and the stairway before you ever got there. Fair?
It appears to be that way, yes, sir.
Now, you testified on Friday that you were backing out. Michael Peterson wasn't in the house at all when you came in, right?
No, sir, he wasn't.
And then you were backing out when he came just running in that door. Boom, right to the body. It was so quick you just couldn't do a thing.
That's correct, sir.
And I think you testified on direct examination about these field call reports.
Yes, sir.
Now, a field call report is a contemporaneous account of what you did or observed, is it not?
Yes, it is.
In this particular case, the first field call report that you filled out was filled out on that very day, right?
Yes, sir.
I think what you said is eventually you use those as sort of the building blocks for what's called a crime scene investigation report.
That's correct.
Now, Exhibit 152, which the jurors all had a chance to see just a few minutes ago, that's the field call report from December 9th. Is that right?
I don't know which one you're holding up. Yes, sir, it is.
All right. I'll put this up. Can you zero in on that narrative, please? Now, what you said, by the way, this indicated you got there at 3:07, right?
That's correct.
All right, and what you said here was that I went into the kitchen area of the residence, and there I viewed the victim, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you said there were several persons walking back and forth, right?
That's what I said, yes, sir.
And a young male and another male kept going around the victim and touching and holding the victim, right?
Yes, sir, that's what I've got there.
Nothing about Michael Peterson running in a flash before you could do anything and touching the body, right?
That's correct.
Instead, several persons walking around and a young male, that would be Todd Peterson, right?
Yes, sir.
And another male, that would be Michael Peterson, right?
That's correct.
Kept means continued, right?
Yes, sir.
Going around the victim and touching and holding the victim, right?
That was wording that I had put in that, and I also put down at the bottom, sir, a long report to follow to
Yes, sir, I know
explaining
that. Right there.
Yes, sir.
This is what you filled out on the 9th.
That's
right?
correct.
And by the way, you understand that that's consistent with what other witnesses saw, right? For example, Heather Whitson.
Objection.
Sir, I can't attest to what other witnesses had seen.
Well, the problem with that, could you keep that up there, please? The problem with that, from a crime scene tech's perspective, is that that's completely improper, isn't it?
That was my wording at the time.
No, I mean allowing Michael Peterson and Todd Peterson to keep going around the victim and touching and holding the victim would be completely improper from a crime scene tech's perspective, correct?
For anyone to go around, yes, sir.
And so we have the crime scene investigative report, which is Exhibit 107 that you alluded to, right?
Yes, sir.
And that obviously, that's a typed version of 107A, right?
The handwritten report, yes, sir.
Let's go to the handwritten report came first, right?
That's correct.
All right, let's go to the handwritten report, which is 107A. It's also MP 4426 to 43. All right, put that up, please. That's the first page of that crime scene investigation report, right?
Yes, sir.
Could you go to 4443? Could you? That's the last page, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you see your signature on there. Can you blow that up? Right?
Yes, sir.
And you signed that on January 29th, 02, right?
That's correct.
So at least with regard to the final bit, and by the way, there wasn't any particular reason for you to if you had finished writing this, say, on December 12th, there wasn't any particular reason for you to wait till the 29th of January to sign it, right?
No, sir.
In any event, that's when you signed it.
That's correct.
And in this particular, and this typed version 107 is simply word for word verbatim of that, right?
Yes, sir.
That one wasn't actually submitted for approval to, see, that is supposed to be approved, right, by your supervisor?
In cases, yes.
Yes. In this case?
Yes, sir.
That's Ann, is it Sococcio?
Yes, it is.
Okay. She was actually the acting supervisor at the time, right?
We were in transition of making new supervisors.
Yes, sir. And on the one in May, she actually signed off as the supervisor, right?
That's correct.
Now, it's true, is it not, that nowhere in this 18-page version, let me just get it for you. Do you have 107A up there?
I don't know.
That's the.
Oh, no.
Let me hand you 107A. It's true, is it not, that nowhere in this 18 pages do we have that description? Could you go back to 4444? Pull it up, please. Nowhere in this 18-page report do we have any language that says there were several persons walking back and forth, and a young male and another male kept going around the victim and touching and holding the victim. Not anything in this report about that, right?
Not in those exact words, no, sir.
No, as a matter of fact, it got changed in this to the following. Let's go to page 4431. Could you blow up the second paragraph there? Yes, that one. I need the top line there, please. As I was backing out of the residence to wait, the kitchen door opened and a white male dressed in shorts and a t-shirt came running into the residence. Now what we have is the version that you testified to, right?
Yes, sir.
This male was covered in blood from head to toe and was barefooted. Ran over to the victim, sobbing, and kneeled to the side of the victim, began to caress the body of the victim, right?
That's correct.
So what had been in 4444 as two people going up to the body and touching it and holding it became that, right?
Yes, sir.
But of course, even that is not consistent with what you told the jury on Friday, is it?
As far as what, sir?
As far as what's described there.
The daily reports that I make out are just a guideline for me to set forth for a long report, noted on the bottom of the one saying a long report to follow.
My question was, even this one isn't consistent with your testimony here on Friday, is it?
I think that it is.
Okay, well, let's...
Because I was there, you know, that was the way that I wrote my report.
Okay, well, let's see. Can we go to that video clip of the testimony? No. No. The video clip of the testimony. Okay, that's fine.
But his arm was doing this. And the time that I ever see before I get away from the wall, put her in his arms, bring her to him, or maybe this.
Can you back up to the other bookmark? Thank you. Yes, sir.
As I was standing there, and again, as I was backing out, he came running up to Mrs. Peterson, and there were 2 steps there with the landing to the hallway. He walked over, and he ran over, and he bent down this similar desk. He turned around, and he grabbed, put his arms around her, and was doing this. At no time did I ever see him get away from the wall, put her in his arms.
Now, in describing that, a little bit later on, you said that he was sitting opposite her when he leaned over, right?
He was sitting beside her, but if they would have been sitting upright, they'd have been back to back.
But the way you described it in January was that he kneeled.
He did kneel, sit down. He knelt first and then sat down.
Can we go to 4431?
Is this over semantics again?
You didn't say anything in there. What we have here is the male ran over to the victim, sobbing, and kneeled to the side of the victim and began to caress the body of the victim, right?
Yes, sir, and there is kneeled in there.
Excuse me?
There is the word kneeled in there.
Yes, sir. What's not in there is the word sitting opposite her, right?
No, sir, it's not sitting opposite.
Right. And kneeling means you're on your knees, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't demonstrate him being on his knees, did you?
No, sir.
And to be on his knees would mean that he had his feet up on that landing area, right?
Not necessarily.
Well, you certainly didn't say anything in this report about him rocking back and forth and not moving her head.
No, sir, I did not.
What you said was that he caressed her body.
That's correct.
You didn't demonstrate any caressing, did you?
Holding, caressing.
Yes, he did. He was on top of that woman.
The truth, sir, is that when you went into that house that night, your understanding was that it was an accidental fall, correct?
No, sir. My understanding when I went into the home was to start with that it was a cardiac or a respiratory arrest.
Okay, and then when you got there, at some point you were told it was an accidental fall, correct?
I was told that that's correct. Yes, sir.
Because when you called your supervisor at 3:45 a.m., what you told him was that there had been an apparent fall down a flight of stairs, right?
That's correct. That was a statement that was given to me. That's what I gave him.
And the truth of the matter is that while you were in that house, you weren't paying really careful attention to what Michael Peterson was doing, were you?
I paid attention when somebody brushed by me and ran over the way that they did. Yes, sir. I don't know what he was doing prior to me going into the home, but once I got in the home.
Well, you don't know what he was doing before you saw him, as you say, rush by you.
No, sir, I don't.
You don't know what he did after he was carried away.
No, sir.
Because you didn't really much care at that point what was happening with Michael Peterson, right?
I wouldn't say that, sir.
Well, even after he was physically pulled off Kathleen's body by Todd, you allowed him to walk around the scene with blood on him, didn't you?
No, sir, I didn't allow him to walk around. That was up to the police officers to do so.
Wait a second. As an evidence tech, you weren't in a position to say to those police officers, listen, you need to go and get his clothes right now. He's got wet blood on him. He just contaminated that couch. He's going to make our job impossible, and you need to get those clothes. You didn't have authority to say that?
The statement that I made to the officer there was that the scene needed to be better secured.
That wasn't what I asked you, sir.
That wasn't, I don't know what Mr. Peterson, or if there was any charges at that particular time or not. Could I have made the statement? I could have made the statement, but
Yes,
I did
sir.
not make that statement.
I understand you did.
Because, sir, I wasn't aware of the nature of the call other than what I received prior to me arriving on the scene.
Right, and that's why you really weren't paying a whole lot of attention to whether his feet were down 2 steps or up 2 steps, or whether he was kneeling, or whether he was sitting, or whether he was just around the body with his son touching it, right?
I observed what I saw.
Right. But you just didn't write it down in that initial field report.
It may not have been in the order that you described it, but that's the way that I saw it.
Well, that was your report that you wrote, right?
That's correct, sir.
Your words.
That's correct.
You chose the words.
That's correct.
I didn't choose the words.
That's correct.
Those words are pretty clear, don't you think?
They are.
A young male and another male kept going around the victim and touching and holding the victim. Kept going around. That's pretty clear language, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things you could have done, for example, when you noticed that you did notice he contaminated the couch, right?
When Todd set Mr. Peterson down?
Yes, sir.
Yes, he did.
And that obviously is not a good thing to have happen, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't direct anybody to secure his clothing, right?
Sir, it happened so quickly. I noticed when I observed what I did, I walked out of the home. I did not state anything to anybody except for the police officer that the scene needed to be better secured.
Listen to my question and see if you can answer it. You didn't direct anyone to seize the clothing, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't document where the blood was on his clothing by taking a photo, did you?
Not at that time, no, sir.
Well, that would have been a relevant time to take a photo right after he was over there with the body that had wet blood that was still dripping hours later, right?
When I went in the house, sir, I went in again with the assumption that there had been a cardiac or respiratory arrest. I was under no direct supervision or anything that there had been other than that when I initially walked into the home.
I understand that, but once you saw him contaminate the couch, you do have photographic equipment, don't you?
Yes, sir, but again, I did not take that in with me.
Well, but what I'm saying is you could have gone out of the house, gotten the camera and come back in and said, Mr. Peterson, I need, you've got wet blood on you. I need to document where the blood is just for the record. You could have done that.
I was then informed that, and I asked if CID had been notified, and they said yes. Once that happened, I did not re-enter the home until they came back.
Yes, sir. And you've testified about this matter before, have you not?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what you said at that time was that once he left Kathleen Peterson's body, you didn't pay any attention to what he was doing in the house, did you?
Not to what he was doing in the house, no, sir.
Now, when you were doing the demonstration on Friday, you didn't demonstrate how the police officers tried to remove him from the body, did you?
No, sir.
But they did do that.
They asked Mr. Peterson to kind of move away from the body.
Asked him, or they tried to remove him?
I don't remember anybody reaching down to grab him, sir. They did try to, once they said they wanted to have him removed from the body, and they did make a request to Mr. Todd Peterson to come and remove his father.
Can we put up 4431 again? The middle of the second paragraph there. Officers tried to remove the male. See that language there?
Sir, they can do that without physically touching him.
I see. So it's your testimony now that when you wrote officers tried to remove the male, what you were saying is that they asked him, could you please leave?
My statement is that they can They can try to remove someone without physically putting their hands on them.
No, my question is, when you wrote those words, were you trying to say that what they really did was simply say, Mr. Peterson, could you please leave?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, sir. By the way, in that first report, that field call report, you mentioned Todd Peterson being around the body and touching it, didn't you?
No, what Todd Peterson was when he was around with Mr. Peterson.
A young male and another male kept going around the victim and touching and holding the victim. Didn't you say that?
That's what's in the report, yes, sir.
Was there any reference in this new report?
There wasn't any reference in that
Todd
one, no,
Peterson
sir.
doing anything?
I'm sorry?
Was there any reference in this new report to Todd Peterson touching the victim?
No, it isn't.
Because that wasn't proper to allow that, was it?
Would you repeat the question?
It wouldn't have been proper for you to have sat there and watched Todd Peterson touching Kathleen Peterson's body without interceding.
No, sir. It would not have been proper.
Do you remember which officers tried to remove?
No, sir, I don't. I know that Officer Figueroa was in the kitchen, but I don't know of any other. I can't remember the name.
It wasn't you, though.
No, sir, it wasn't.
Why didn't you say to him, could you please not do that? It's going to mess up the scene here.
Because I left that up to the officers.
I see. Were they, you were still in the kitchen area?
I was backing out.
And did you see where they were when they tried to remove him?
No, sir.
So you don't know if they had walked up those couple of steps to that landing area there, do you?
No, sir.
And of course, there was wet blood on the floor by the body there, right?
Under the body.
Well, under the body later on.
Under the body later on.
And the back of her shirt and the waist area was saturated in blood even hours later, right?
That's correct.
Dripping.
That's correct.
And then Todd Peterson physically lifted Michael Peterson, correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
Where were you at that point?
Still, I was backing out.
So you couldn't see exactly what he did?
He just picked him up and moved him over to the counter.
Well, did you see what Michael Peterson was holding on to at that point?
No, sir.
So you don't know, for example, if he was holding on to Kathleen's body, whether her head would have moved at that point?
No, sir.
But you testified here on Friday that...
I testified, sir, when he went over, when Michael Peterson was over Mrs. Peterson, that her head was not away from the wall.
I understand. As a matter of fact, you volunteered that.
That's correct.
Because in witness preparation, that had been made clear that that was important.
I don't get your.
You did talk with the district attorney before you got on the stand.
I did.
And was it your understanding that it was important for you, when you were describing what happened there, to mention that her head never came off the wall?
Sir, that was never brought to my attention by anybody other than myself.
All right. Well, in any event, you certainly don't know whether her head had been off that wall before you ever saw her there.
Not before, no, sir.
Or after.
That's correct.
What you do know is that there was a lot of blood on Kathleen Peterson's clothes, even hours later, right?
That's correct.
And you do know that when you collected Michael Peterson's shorts from that window ledge, 6 hours later, they were still moist with blood, right?
They were still moist, yes, sir.
I'm going to start another section if that's a place to stop.
You're going to do it by yourself.
I'm sorry?
You'll do it by yourself. I take each other for you. This is a good time to break.
I'll be happy to go on if you want me to.
No, that's it. All right, members of the jury, we'll take our afternoon recess at this point. Remember the instructions I've given you throughout the course of the trial. Keep an open mind about the case. Don't read about the case. Don't watch TV about the case. Don't discuss anything about the case with fellow jurors or anyone else. Stay clear of these parties. Don't investigate. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9:30. 9:30.
Before I get back to some of the stuff I was talking about yesterday, I wanted to just make sure I understood some of your background and training a little bit better. As I understood your direct testimony, after graduating from high school, at some point you went to work for the Durham County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir. A few years later.
Okay. And how long did you work for them?
About 4 years.
And were you a patrol officer?
Yes, sir, was.
Any kind of specialized training in that stint?
No, sir.
All right. And then that lasted until when?
Approximately 76.
All right.
1976.
And then after that, did you say you went to work in Research Triangle?
Yes, I went to work for General Electric.
Okay. And what were you doing for General Electric?
We made medium steam generators.
Okay, so were you in the manufacturing process? All right, and then at some point, did you go to work for IBM?
I did. I worked 2 years for General Electric, and then I went to work for IBM.
Okay, and how long did you work for IBM?
15 years and 9 months.
Okay. Did you work out in building 001?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was one of your supervisors John Langdon?
John Langdon? Yes, at one time it was, yes.
Okay. And then in the late 80s, you stopped working at IBM.
No, I was caught in a headcount reduction in 93.
Oh, 90, I'm sorry. So 93 is when you got laid off?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then after you got laid off was when you went back to law enforcement?
That's correct.
And your first job after you got laid off was again back with the Durham County Sheriffs?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what was your position at that point?
A deputy in training.
Okay. And how long did you remain a deputy in training?
While I was there, I injured my knee, so I left law enforcement then and went to work with Sheriff Department in the communications.
Okay. So when you went back in 93, how long was it before you hurt your knee?
Probably less than a year.
Okay. And again, while you were training there, was that just as a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
No specialized training?
No, sir.
Okay. So then somewhere in 94 or early 95 is when you went to 911?
It would have been 96.
96.
Yes, sir.
Right. But that was immediately after your knee got hurt?
That's correct.
All right. And you were you were there, one of the people who would answer 911 calls and help direct traffic and that sort of thing?
Yes, sir.
And you did that until when?
Until 98.
Okay. And that's when you joined the Durham Police Department?
That's correct.
Now, were you hired by the Durham Police Department as a crime scene tech or just as a patrol officer or what?
As a crime scene technician.
Okay. And had you had at that point any kind of science courses, for example, after high school?
No, sir.
All right. Had you had any kind of experience that would have been relevant at that point to being a crime scene tech?
Just what the experience that I had in law enforcement.
Okay. You're talking back when you were a sheriff's deputy?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you got hired, was there a specialized training program for crime scene techs?
It was just that they sent you to school for different classes and on-the-job training and service training that we have.
All right, let's talk about that. The school you went to, was that for crime scene? Was that specifically designed for crime scene processing?
It's just general. Criminalistics is a general processing of basic knowledge of crime scene.
All right, and where was that taught?
Durham Tech.
Okay. And how long did that course last?
It was 40 hours.
Okay. And any other courses I'm not talking about on-the-job training. I'm just talking about courses.
Basic photography.
Okay.
That was also taught at Durham Tech.
All right.
I took basic and advanced basic photography.
All right.
I took death investigation at Wilson Tech.
How long course was that?
They're all approximately 40 hours.
Okay. So what, like a 1 week thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Went to Eastern Kentucky University for bomb school that Eastern Kentucky Kentucky University put on. Gang awareness.
I was talking more about crime scene processing.
Oh, that plus in-service training and on-the-job training.
So fair to say that the two courses you took that would have to do with crime scene processing would be the course at Durham Tech, the 40-hour course at Durham Tech, and then the course at Wilson Tech, did you say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got assigned to the forensic services unit, that's what it was called?
Yes, sir.
Were you assigned to a more senior person?
I was.
And who was that?
Warren Allred.
All right. And how long did you serve as sort of his assistant?
6 months.
And prior to December of 2001, you had been there, about 3 years?
Yes, sir.
I take it there were a number of crime scene techs that had been there longer.
That's correct.
I think you said there were 13 altogether?
At one point in time, there has been, yes, sir.
How about in December of 2001, do you know?
12 or 13.
And do you know how many of them would have had more experience than you had?
No, sir.
In the overall group, were you at the top level of experience or the middle level or the bottom level of experience? Just looking at the group as a whole.
Probably closer to the bottom.
Okay. But you were assigned to be the lead tech in this particular case.
Yes, sir.
You didn't have any, well, let me ask you this. When you were assigned that position, you had already been on duty, as I understood your testimony, almost 12 hours, or maybe more than 12 hours at that point.
No, sir. I've been on duty approximately 10 hours.
Okay, well, you started 5 p.m. the day before, right?
That's correct.
And you didn't actually start processing the scene until sometime after 6:30 a.m., right?
That's correct.
So at least at the time you started processing the scene, you had been on the job, 13 and a half hours straight, right?
Somewhere in that neighborhood, yes, sir.
And then you stayed on the job for another 8 hours, right?
Yes, sir.
So by the time you were leaving there at 2 o'clock, we were getting close to 24 hours straight work with no sleep.
That's correct.
And then you went home and you only had 4 hours of sleep and you had to get back there, right?
That's correct.
And you continued then working up through midnight,
That's
past
correct.
midnight. Was there any particular reason why, given the fact that your shift was ending at 5 a.m. and the warrant hadn't gotten back there by then, and all you had done was to go in the house for, 10 or 15 minutes at that point? Is that right?
That's correct.
Was there any particular reason why they wouldn't have assigned a fresh person to process that scene?
That's why there were more calls made to bring other assistants in.
I mean, to sort of designate someone fresh as the lead person.
There's no reason why they wouldn't, no, sir.
Okay. But that wasn't done.
No, it wasn't.
Now, let's get back to what happened when you actually got there. You're aware of contact between Michael Peterson and Kathleen Peterson, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of contact between Michael Peterson and Todd Peterson?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of contact between Michael Peterson and that stairway area?
Yes, sir.
And between Todd Peterson and that stairway area?
I never saw Todd Peterson in the stairwell area.
Because you were still backing out when he went and got his dad?
That's correct.
Okay. But you know he went in there and got his dad?
I know at some point in time he did remove Mr. Peterson, yes, sir.
All right. And we know that blood was carried out of that stairway onto the couch in the kitchen, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So we know there's contamination going on just with regard to that stuff, right?
It's transfer blood, yes, sir.
Well, you all call it contamination, don't you?
In some cases, we do.
But in addition to all that, there were a number of other people who were allowed to enter the house even before you got there, right?
I can't testify to that, sir.
All right. Well, when you pulled up at the house, there were no police officers outside.
That's correct.
You had to ask a civilian, a lady who was there. I think it was Mo Berry, wasn't it?
I don't really know who it was, sir.
All right. But in any event, you asked the lady who was standing there, where are the police?
That's correct.
You were a little surprised that no one was outside, weren't you?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when you walked in, there wasn't a police officer standing there at the door.
No, sir.
It was Captain Pascal from the fire department.
Yes, sir.
And several other firefighters.
That's correct.
And I think 2 EMS people, right?
That's correct.
Now, they had finished their work, right?
Yes, sir.
It was, 3:07 when you got there?
That's my time of arrival.
All right. And they could have been standing outside at that point, correct?
They could have been, yes.
In other words, if an officer had said, okay, listen, we need to secure the scene, why don't you guys stand outside and wait till we get some investigators to take a statement, that could have happened at that point.
I can't answer for that, sir.
Okay. In any event, it didn't happen.
No, sir, it didn't.
What you were told was that the police officers were upstairs, right?
They were in the hallway, and that's where they thought they were, yes, sir. That's what I was told.
In other words, the fireman, I think Captain Pascal, told you that the officers were somewhere upstairs?
Yes, sir. That's what he believed.
Yes, sir. And that's when you went around through the dining room area into the kitchen, and you saw Figueroa.
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you said that Officer Figueroa was by the cabinets when you saw him. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Can you show us on here where he was when you saw him?
Standing in this area right in here.
In this area?
Yes.
By the door to the dining room?
No, sir, he was right at the island.
Oh, I'm sorry. Over here?
No, sir, he was right in here.
Okay, inside there. But he wasn't by the steps over here.
No, sir, he wasn't.
So if there's been testimony before this jury that that's where Officer Figueroa was, at a minimum, that wasn't where he was when you saw him.
I'm sorry?
I said if there's been other testimony that he was stationed there at the steps to keep people from getting into the stairway, that wasn't where he was when you came.
No, sir, he isn't.
And you would agree that there should have been an officer there, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
By the way, when you came in that first time, of course, you weren't wearing any booties.
No, I was not.
No one gave you any booties on the way in.
No, sir, I have those.
In other words, until you hand them out, no one's wearing booties.
The officers do have the booties in their car.
Okay. But Figueroa wasn't wearing booties.
I didn't observe him wearing any, no, sir.
McDowell wasn't wearing booties.
I never saw McDowell.
You never saw Officer McDowell?
I did not.
All right. And it's true, is it not, that you saw other civilians, non-police officers, walking around the house while you were there?
As I was backing out, there were several people in the kitchen area.
You saw Heather Whitson and Ben Maynard?
I did.
You saw Becky Siebert. She's not here today. Young lady with dark hair.
I saw 2 females and a male, and then Mr. Todd Peterson.
All right. And did you see Christine Tomasetti?
I did.
And the woman who was outside when you first pulled up, you eventually saw her inside, did you not?
No, sir, I didn't see her in the home.
Okay. So if she got inside the house at some point, you're not aware of how that happened?
That's correct.
Now, you said you never saw Corporal McDowell?
Not my initial entry to the home, and then as I was exiting, no, sir, I didn't.
Okay. Did you see her that night before you went back in the scene?
There were so many officers there. I may have seen her, but I don't recall.
Did you talk with her at all?
I don't recall talking with Officer McDowell.
How about Officer Figueroa?
I did talk with him.
All right. And did either of them, did Officer Figueroa tell you that Corporal McDowell had asked Todd Peterson to go get a telephone?
No, sir.
Did anyone tell you that Todd Peterson had been asked to get a telephone?
No, sir.
You're aware, are you not, that officers there at a scene like that are not supposed to use the house phone in terms of preserving the scene?
That would have been a judgment call of the officer, sir. It's not my responsibility for that.
Have him on your own. Are you familiar with a book called Practical Homicide Investigation by Gebert?
No, sir, I'm not.
Do you have any sort of reference books in your...
We do.
Which ones do you have?
Right offhand, I can't name the books.
Okay. Let me ask you if you agree or disagree with... whether it's a fundamental principle to not touch or use the phone.
Objection, witness is not familiar with that source.
Well, I'm asking whether you agree or disagree with that comment, regardless of who makes it.
Overall. Would you repeat it again, sir?
Yes, sir. That it is a fundamental principle of homicide investigation to not touch or use the phone there in the house.
You're asking me if I agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And that valuable trace evidence can be irrevocably lost because of that kind of careless procedure. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Never use the crime scene as a command post or the telephone as a communication center. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Did anyone ever inform you when you were processing the scene that whole day that Corporal McDowell had allowed Todd Peterson to get soft drinks for himself and for his father?
No, sir. I did see him drinking drinks, but I didn't have any idea where they had come from.
Okay. Did you know that the soft drinks were kept in the laundry room?
I knew that there were drinks and alcohol in the laundry room.
Okay. And did you know that Mr. Peterson had been allowed to get glasses out of the cabinet?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you know if the blood that you saw up on the cabinet had been put there by Todd Peterson?
No, sir, I don't.
By the way, you've seen the photos from the scene, have you not?
Yes, sir.
Is there a picture of that, a close-up picture of that stain that was on that cabinet?
To my knowledge, it is.
There is? And over a break, for example, you think you'd be able to locate that? I don't want to take time now, but...
I think so.
Okay. And before you processed the scene, no one had told you about the soft drink business.
No, sir.
Would you agree that anyone processing the scene should be briefed as to that kind of information?
They should have been, yes, sir.
Would you agree with this? The investigators, you would consider yourself an investigator, right?
I have been called an investigator, yes, sir.
The investigators must be informed of everything that was touched, moved, or altered in any way, either by the officers or by others who were at the scene when the officers arrived. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, sir.
But that didn't happen in this case.
I wasn't informed. I don't know whether the lead investigator, police investigator, was informed of it or not.
But at least you and Campen, as you were doing your processing, weren't informed.
I can't speak for Eric Campen.
You weren't informed?
No, sir, I wasn't.
And you were the lead crime scene tech?
Yes, sir, I was.
You're the person who had discretion about deciding what to take as evidence or not take as evidence, right?
Along with my supervisor, yes.
Yes, sir. Speaking of that, when Mr. Campen got there, they went inside, Campen and Holland went inside the house with you, did they not?
I went in with Art Holland first.
And didn't Eric Campen also go inside the house?
He did later on, yes, sir.
Well, later on, he went there before the warrant. He went inside the house before the warrant was secured, didn't he?
I think he stepped to the front door. I don't really ever remember him walking into the home. It was just Art Holland and myself. He could have gone in, but I'm not. 18 months later, I don't really remember whether he went in.
Okay. And the bottom line was that when you got there, you were not happy with how that scene was being secured, right?
So I wouldn't say that I wasn't happy. I would say that I was concerned.
Okay. And you had only been a crime scene investigator for 3 years at that point.
That's correct.
But you knew enough to know that what was going on there wasn't the way it ought to be, right?
I was concerned, yes, sir.
And you requested for the scene to be secured better, right?
I did.
But that didn't happen when you first requested it to.
They had to take time to do that, yes, sir.
Indeed, it wasn't secured until Sergeant Wilkins arrived, right?
I really can't answer that question.
Well, isn't he the one who directed that the tape be put up and the people moved into the library?
He was a senior officer, yes, sir.
Well, my question was, isn't he the one who directed that the tape be put up?
Sir, you're asking me a question I can't answer.
Yes, sir. Well, let me direct your attention to the report you wrote.
No. One of the police officers did ask me for crime scene tape. That's not to say that there wasn't tape up already.
Yes, sir. Well, do you recall in your report, it's 107A, that handwritten report?
Yes, sir.
Um, 4432. Second full paragraph there. Sorry. I need to be able to read that whole paragraph, please. Okay. Do you see there? It says, as I walked through the door, I observed Sergeant T. Wilkins and other officers had arrived on the scene and had begun to secure the scene with crime scene tape.
Yes, sir. That's exactly what's there.
Okay. And Wilkins didn't get there until sometime after 3:24 in the morning. Isn't that right?
I don't know what time he arrived.
Yeah, but let me show you what's now been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 115 and ask you if you recognize what 115 is.
I've never seen a printout like this, but this is looks like a printout from CADS.
You know what CADs are?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you look at the second page of that, does it indicate to you for Wilkins what time he was dispatched and what time he arrived?
Yes, sir. It does. He was dispatched and arrived at 3:24:10.
All right. Move that into evidence, Your Honor. So, at a minimum, it wasn't until sometime after 3:24 that morning that, as we saw, the crime scene had begun to be secured, right?
That was when I was exiting the home, and according to my testimony and what I had written in my report, as I was exiting the home, they had already started putting up crime scene tapes.
So you were actually in that house for quite some period of time.
Sir, I arrived at 3:07,
yes, sir.
but that doesn't necessarily deplete the time that I went into the home.
Okay, well, I thought
that was the time that I arrived on the scene.
Okay, I thought you said when you arrived on the scene, you asked the lady where the police officers were, you knocked on the door, and you walked in.
Yes, sir.
And that wouldn't have taken more than a minute or two, would it?
Probably. I was probably in the home at no later than, say, 3:10, 3:12.
Okay. Well, if you say got in there at 3:10, that's a fair estimate of when you walked in the front door.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't come out until sometime after Wilkins was there at 3:24.
About 15 minutes.
You were in there for 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So you didn't just walk into the kitchen and take a look around the corner and then immediately back out.
No, I had to talk. Well, I talked with Captain Pascal and the EMS personnel as I went in the home. Then I proceeded through.
How long a conversation would you say you had with Captain Pascal?
Well, I didn't know what I was there for.
Yes, sir. So how long do you think you talked with him?
2 or 3 minutes, maybe 4.
So you spent 10 minutes in the kitchen?
Yes, sir. Between the time I left and went into the kitchen and I was backing out.
Yes, sir. Now, by the time that crime scene tape was going up, sometime after 3:24, the flooring area in that entire kitchen and den area this is the kitchen and den area here, right?
I would consider some of it, yes, sir.
Well, not this part, but I'm talking about this part. That's the kitchen and den area, isn't it?
I would consider around the sink and to the back door of the kitchen den area, and that then it would go.
And
Yes,
the
sir.
couch there, that was in the kitchen den area, right?
Yes, sir.
And the floor in here was already contaminated with blood, was it not?
At the bottom of the steps, it was, yes, sir.
Well, actually, what you said in your report
At the end of the hallway leading into the kitchen with 2 steps, which was also bloody. Inside the flooring area of the kitchen den was also bloody.
Okay. And then the next sentence says, inside the flooring area of the kitchen den area was also bloody, correct? That's the next sentence.
Inside the flooring area of the kitchen den area was also bloody, yes, sir.
That's the next sentence.
That's correct.
Were they parakeet floors? They have parakeet floors in the den?
And you've already testified
Wake
about
up, people.
this whole situation with the number of people walking around the house before you got there, haven't you?
I just did, yes, sir.
No, I meant back in late March, we had a hearing, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
And you testified.
Yes, sir, I did.
In a courtroom like this.
That's correct.
No jury.
That's correct.
But you were under oath.
Yes, sir, I was.
And I was asking you questions.
You were.
And at that time, did you not testify? Hold on one second, please. Page, let me ask you if you were asked the following question and gave the following responses. Question: it was a little bit troubling to you as a crime scene technician to see all these people wandering around the house, wasn't it? And answer: I wouldn't really call it troubling. It was more or less not standard. Remember that?
Yes, I do.
Can we put up the page 123? Lines 3 through 9. And then I said problematical. Can we agree on that term? Remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you said yes, sir. Right?
That's correct.
So it was problematical for you as a crime scene technician that many people were walking around the house, right?
Yes, sir.
And at the beginning of that video that we saw Friday, did you notice that remember when your camera sort of turns sideways as you're walking in the door, there's a police officer in the background?
Yes, sir.
Remember he's sort of picking up his shoe, looking at his shoe?
I do.
And did you think to yourself, maybe he thought that he had something on his shoe that had contaminated something?
It's entirely possible.
Did anybody ever talk with that officer, to your knowledge?
No, sir.
You've had that video for a long time.
I have.
And you were actually there. I mean, you could have asked him at that point if you had noticed it. You know, is there anything on your shoe, right?
I could have, yes, sir.
But to your knowledge, no one's done that.
To my knowledge, no one has done it.
And as part of your kit, you're given black plastic, are you not?
We have access to it, yes, sir.
And the purpose of that black plastic is to be able to lay that down on a floor like this floor in here to prevent tracking and contamination, right?
Yes, sir. That's fair to say.
But you didn't use that black plastic, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Because by the time you got there, it was already contaminated, right?
It's possible, yes, sir.
Now, on Friday, you talked about, I think you said that you saw a track through the kitchen, into the laundry room, over to the sink, over to the kitchen cabinet where the glasses were. Was that what you testified to?
That was during luminol, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And in that crime scene investigation report that you wrote January 29th, you talked about that luminol spraying, didn't you?
I'm sure I did.
Actually, before we even get to that, you wrote a field call report about that luminol spraying, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And just so we're clear, you don't keep a scene notebook with, as you're going through a scene, jotting down notes about what you see or notice. You don't do that?
The notes that you have that was submitted yesterday, that was part of my notes, yes, sir.
No, my question was, you know how reporters carry a little
No, I don't.
steno pad thing?
No, sir.
You don't have one of those.
Well, I have them, but I didn't. That's normally not my style of doing that.
Okay, you're given one of those.
Yes, sir.
By the police department.
But we can make notes on anything.
Okay, but you're given a little steno pad by the police department, right?
That's available to us, yes.
Yes. And the purpose of that is so that when you're inside a scene, you can jot down notes about what you observe, right?
Yes, sir.
so that when you have to testify 18 months later, or when you have to write a report a few days later, you have something you can refer to, right?
That's correct.
Hey, that's not fair. Nurses have to buy their own steno pads. Why do cops get theirs provided?
And did you just not bring that notebook with you that night?
I did my notes on my hand. I always wrote on my hand, and I had one nursing instructor that was always like, "Stop that! You're gonna get ink poisoning." Like, no, I'm not. It's not going inside my skin. It's just on my skin, and I wash it off as soon as I write it down on, like, in the chart. I write it on my hand first because you guys don't provide me with steno pads. That's why.
I had a notebook, but what you saw were my notes.
What we saw was a type report, right?
There was also diagrams, rough diagrams.
I'm going to get to those in a minute. But you weren't jotting down notes.
No, sir.
In that notebook.
No, I wasn't.
Where was that notebook?
Again, the notebook that I had that I entered when I went back into the residence.
Yes, sir.
Was the same notebook that I did my sketching on.
Okay. But no other notes?
No, sir.
The notes you've been referring to, may I approach, Your Honor? This is field call report, right? What's been marked Exhibit 154?
That would not have been a note. That would have been the report that I wrote after I left that evening.
Well, do you have any other, with regard
Only problem is you forget you've written on them and then you throw them in the trash.
to the luminol testing and what you say you saw during the luminol testing? Do you have any other notes other than Exhibit 154?
No, sir, I do not.
So this is the documentation,
That's
period.
correct.
Can we put this up on the screen? And go to the narrative, please. Now, this was written on the same day as the luminol spraying, was it not?
That was written probably on the 11th because we left after midnight, but we arrived on the 10th.
All right. In any event, it was written very soon thereafter.
Yes, sir.
And you don't say anything in this, I don't know whether we call it notes or report, you don't say anything about any kind of track that you observed, do you?
I do not.
That would have been an important thing to note, wouldn't it? If you'd seen it?
Yes, sir.
And then after you filled out this, you had a chance, perhaps after you got some rest, to do your crime scene investigation report, right?
You talking about the initial one or the long handwritten?
The long handwritten one.
This was being, all these notes were being collected so that I could prepare the handwritten report.
Right, and that's why it would be important, for example, if you saw footprints going from one location to another location to a third location to a fourth location, that's why it would be important to put it in the field call report. So it would end up in your...
It would have been important, but it was also witnessed by 3 other people when I was doing this.
Yes, sir.
And I was also with the integrity of the officers and my coworker, along with myself. I did not document it.
Let's talk about that. For example, the little spatters outside on the walkway.
Yes, sir.
Those were observed by more than 3 people, weren't they?
They were.
But photographs were taken of those?
They were.
Diagrams were taken of those?
They were.
Detailed diagrams with measurements, right?
I didn't make those diagrams.
I didn't ask you if you made them. I asked you whether or not diagrams were made with detailed measurements.
Yes, sir, they were.
Of those little spots, right?
That's correct.
Without even knowing whether it was really blood because you didn't presumptively test it, right?
That's correct.
And those little spots out there on the walkway were documented in your reports, right?
They were.
Okay. And those little dots, those little spots, there were lots of officers who saw those, who could come in and testify about those, right?
I don't know how many officers saw this, but they saw the paper that I had placed out on the walkway and on the steps.
But you still documented it, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
So the fact that you say that there were other witnesses there, that doesn't excuse a lack of documentation, does it?
No.
Now, in the report you wrote, you didn't say anything about this track that you testified to on Friday, did you? The long report.
No, sir.
As a matter of fact, what you said was that you noted blood and traces of blood in footprints, right?
That's correct.
And that you saw transfer tracking from the hallway through the kitchen den area, the kitchen and the washroom, right?
That's correct.
Would put that up 4438, please, so we're clear. I think it's the top paragraph there. Right there. This is about the, you're talking about the luminol test, right?
Yes, sir.
Right there. And you say, through this testing, we noted blood and traces of blood in footprints, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you say, and transfer tracking, right?
That's correct.
From the hallway, right?
Yes, sir.
Through the kitchen den area, the kitchen, and through the washroom area.
Yes, sir.
Right? So all you saw, at least that was documented in this report, was what you call transfer tracking, right?
That would be correct.
And I asked you about that during the hearing we had, didn't I?
I think you did, yes, sir.
Can we go to page 134 of the transcript? Lines 22 through 25, and then we'll go to the next page. Did you see any reactions? This is my question. Did you see smears or shoe prints or other kinds of luminol reactions on the floor? And your answer was, well, mostly it was just bare feet. But it was just so many. It had just been tracked so much, right? And then I asked you, well, what do you mean by that? Correct? Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And your answer was it was track over track, just like a fingerprint would. Can we go to the next page? Yes, sir. It was just track over track. And then I asked you, so there were tracks that you just couldn't distinguish because there had been too much walking. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you said that's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
And I said, is that what you call in your report here transfer tracking? Remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you said that's correct, right?
Yes, sir.
That is freaking ridiculous. Did he fight it? Please tell me he fought it. That's ridiculous. Oh my God. That is freaking ridiculous. Oh my God. So he can't live stream for 24 hours? They only restricted him 24 hours. That is stupid. That is ridiculous.
And then I asked you how much transfer tracking was there, right?
Yes.
And your answer was there was enough to where from away from the body, it looked like a rabbit path, correct?
That's correct.
It looked like a rabbit path. And then I said, rabbit path? Can we go down a little bit, please? I see. And you said, that's correct, right?
And I'd like to explain that.
Please go ahead.
The transfer tracking and the rabbit pathing is a term that I used in the last hearing. That is correct. Rabbit pathing to me would be transfer tracking that would be from an immediate area anywhere around that would not be distinguishable. When the luminol was sprayed, the luminol at the foot of the 2 steps going into the kitchen area, in which we have a question here, there was so much tracking at the bottom of the steps that spraying of luminol detected only at that particular area of the bottom of the steps a lot of transfer tracking, which would have been track over track. The original tracking, the footprints that we found were found a little bit further out into the kitchen, to the kitchen dining room area.
Now, you didn't give that explanation in March, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
And when you finished testifying in March, you heard about that from other officers, didn't you?
About what?
About what you had testified to, about these rabbit tracks.
That was just a term that I had used that right. I could have used a better term.
People were a little upset that you had used that term, weren't they?
Yes, sir, they were, and I was too.
Yes, sir.
Let's take a break.
Yes, sir.
15 minutes. Members of the jury, remember the instruction the court has given you throughout the course of this trial. Take a break for 15 minutes, Mr. Davis.
We'll see you in
Further question?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. George, when we took the break, I think you had just finished giving the jury an explanation of distinction that apparently existed in your mind about transfer tracking and where you saw it, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, of course, can we put up 4438? That's a page of your handwritten report, right?
It is.
That's your handwriting.
Yeah.
Guns in a courtroom are unloaded and rendered unable to fire. Oh my God, that pisses me off, and it didn't even happen to me.
Sure is.
Your words, written back in early 2002 or perhaps even December of 2001, right?
That's correct.
And what you said there was that there were footprints and transfer tracking from the hallway through the kitchen den area, the kitchen, and through the washroom area, right?
Yes, sir. That's my writing.
You didn't draw any distinction between what you saw around the steps and what you saw in other places.
There was no distinction drawn, no, sir.
And of course, regardless of what you saw or didn't see, Michael Peterson was walking around that whole area barefoot, wasn't he?
He was.
After the police were there, right?
That's correct.
And you don't know where he walked, whether he walked into the laundry room or whether he walked into we know he was at the sink at one point, right? Yes. Some officers saw him beginning to wash his hands. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you weren't keeping track of it.
No, sir, I wasn't.
And not only did you not make any diagram of what you saw, but these witnesses who you were relying on, and I guess we're talking about Campen and Holland and Bynum.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
None of them made a contemporaneous diagram either, did they?
I don't know whether they did or not, sir.
Well, were any of them assigned by you to do that?
No, sir.
Right. Now, it's true, is it not, that when a person gets blood or remnants of blood on their foot and then they walk around, what happens is the blood comes off the foot and gets deposited on the floor, for example, right?
That's correct.
And so as you walk around, there's less and less blood coming off your foot because it's already been deposited, right?
That's correct.
And so footprints get less and less distinct as you walk around. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
But you testified the other day, did you not, that these footprints you say you saw were all equally distinct?
I testified that in luminol testing, that we could distinguish that it was a footprint in the luminol testing, yes, sir.
So they weren't all the same level of distinctness, though, were they?
It appeared that night, yes, sir.
It appeared they were?
It appeared that they were.
Well, that really wouldn't make any sense if it was all one track, would it? Would it?
I'm just testifying to what I did with the luminol and what the luminol showed me in those testings.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. You and Eric Campen did the luminol testing that night?
That's correct.
And you're not an expert in luminol?
No, sir, I'm not.
And is Eric Campen an expert in luminol?
Sir, I can't answer whether Eric Camp is an expert or not.
You were the lead crime scene tech.
That's correct.
Do you know whether when you were doing that luminol there that night, whether the person who was assisting you, Mr. Campen, is an expert in that or not an expert in that?
I did not know whether he was an expert or not.
Okay. And I think you've testified that you'd only sprayed luminol, 4 times before that?
That's correct.
And ever at a death scene?
No, sir.
And prior to that night, how many times had you been the lead crime scene tech at a death scene?
I couldn't tell you the number of times.
Can you give me an estimate?
Up to that night?
Before that night, you being the sole lead processor.
Probably a dozen.
Okay. And but you hadn't sprayed luminol on any of those dozen occasions.
No, sir.
Do you know anything about false positives with luminol?
I've read something about it, yes, sir.
And do you know what causes false positives?
There are many things that can cause false positives.
Such as?
Clorox, types of metals, other types of chlorine or any type of chemicals, household chemicals.
And animal blood can cause false positives, right?
That's correct.
And you sort of have to be an expert to distinguish between some of these reactions, don't you?
You've got to have worked with the luminol and know what kind of reaction it's going to cause.
Right. But at that point, at least, you didn't have that experience.
I was aware of some of the things that could have caused the false positive, yes.
I understand, but in learning how to distinguish a false positive from a real positive, you didn't have the on-the-job experience, at that point at least, to be able to do that very easily, did you?
No, not with the limited use of luminol that I had experienced.
Now, you can photograph luminol reactions, can you not?
You can.
That's one way that various forensic units around the country document luminol reactions, right?
That's correct.
And you yourself have done that in a class.
I have.
Of course, it can actually also be done at an actual scene, right?
Yes, sir.
Let me, can I have it?
Mr. Rudolph has shown me what it looks like he has marked as Defendant's Exhibit 116, which is a blown up photograph of what appears to be a floor. He's indicated to me that it is a photograph of a luminol reaction out of some book that he's using. I object on several grounds. First of all, I don't know the source. I don't know the circumstances under which the photograph was made, who made it, how it was made, the type of luminol that was used, the process of how that was mixed and then applied to this scene. I don't believe that the witness can testify to it either, and I would object to its admission for all of those reasons and those unknowns.
Yeah, Judge, first of all, there's only one kind of luminol. Luminol is luminol. And these photos, and I've got some others that I might as well go ahead and mark now as another exhibit. Is Defendant's Exhibit 117. May I approach?
Yes. No, please, sorry, yes.
All of these come from this book by Stuart James and Lee Mecker called Interpretation of Bloodstain Evidence of Crime Scenes. They're all plates right there in the book. And that one is simply a blow-up of one of the ones in there. This one in particular shows that it is certainly possible to photograph luminol reactions in a room like a kitchen if that's what someone wants to do. The other photographs there are all photographs of luminol reactions. If the district attorney would like me to put into evidence the text accompanying that about the photography and how that's done, I'll be happy to do that. I wasn't intending to do that. I was simply wanting to ask the witness questions about the kind of photography that one can do with luminol reactions. And my position would be that it's not just what he knows, but also what he doesn't know that is relevant for this jury.
All right. Mr. Harden, anything else?
Well, Your Honor, I believe that whatever Mr. Rudolph would be attempting to enter as it relates to that text would all be hearsay. We don't know anything about the photographic equipment that was used. We don't know anything about the process that was used. All we have is a series of photographs and some text explaining that. But as it relates to what this witness can testify about, he doesn't know anything about any of this stuff. He didn't take these photographs. He's not aware of the process that was used in this particular exhibit or these photographs. And I don't believe it's an appropriate subject matter for him to address if he has no knowledge of it.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Rudolph? All right. Objection is overruled. Yes, sir. Further questions?
Yes, sir. Sir, let me show you what's been marked. Defense Exhibit 116, and ask you whether it appears to be to you a blow-up of a photograph of luminol reactions on a floor in a kitchen area.
I can't really say that it's luminol reaction, but it is a blow up of a floor in the kitchen area on vinyl flooring.
Well, is that the color that luminol reactions are?
It could be blue or green.
Have you seen luminol reactions like that?
I have.
Move 115 into evidence, Your Honor. 116, I'm sorry.
It's allowed.
What we see here in 116 is a kind of luminescence that one sees when you spray luminol on a surface where there's no visible blood and there's actually, say, hidden blood there, right?
That would be similar to what you would see, yes, sir.
And it is possible to photograph luminol reactions like that where it comes up on the floor, right?
Again, I've never seen a photograph of luminol of that size and that nature. The only thing that I have ever worked with on luminol would be 1 footprint or 1 hand print at one time, and then that would be a single print or a single tracking that luminol had been reacting to.
So you have never seen a photograph of a whole track?
No, sir, I haven't.
Didn't even know it could be done?
No, sir, I didn't. This was well beyond the limit of my training.
I understand, sir. But of course, you're the person that the Durham Police Department assigned to be the lead crime scene tech on this case.
That's correct, sir.
And they knew what training you had, correct?
That's correct.
Let me show you what's remarked in Defendant's Exhibit 117. By the way, are you familiar with a book called Interpretation of Bloodstain Evidence at Crime Scene, 2nd edition by Stuart James and William Eckert?
No, sir, I'm not.
You've never seen these photographs in this book?
No, sir, I haven't.
And of course, if you had had access to this book, you would have known, because in this book is where that photograph is, right?
That's correct.
You would have known that that was possible.
If I'd had the book, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I understand. In any event, if you could take a look at Exhibit 117 and tell me if that appears to you to be a series of examples of luminol photography.
Yes, sir, it is.
117 is evidence.
So
I've got, with the exhibit, I've got just 16 copies, so can I ask the bailiff to hand them out so that each sure can just look at it?
yes.
Now, you said that this kind of photography was beyond your level of training or expertise, right?
No, sir, I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said that I could do that, and I have done that, but that's not something we do on a normal basis.
Oh, okay. But you could have.
Yes, sir, I could have.
You also could have, if you thought it was beyond your level of training or expertise, you also could have called the SBI, right?
That's correct.
You know, you're familiar with the evidence manual of the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation?
No, sir, I'm not familiar with that.
But do you know that, let's mark this in evidence. That won't be on. Let me just show you what I've now marked as Defendant's Exhibit 118. And ask you whether you've not ever seen or had access to a copy of the evidence manual of the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, Crime Laboratory.
No, sir, to my knowledge, I've never seen anything like this.
Well, this does appear to you to be an official publication of the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation Crime Laboratory, does it not?
Yes, sir, it does.
And it talks about procedures for proper handling of evidence.
Yes, sir.
And for example, it says here, this revised manual has been designed to acquaint law enforcement agencies with the services of the crime laboratory, right?
That's what it says.
Outline specific evidence submission procedures.
Yes, sir.
Advise correct evidence handling and preservation methods for various types of evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
And does it not say right here, under evidence submission procedures, adherence to proper evidence submission procedures is essential for analysts to evaluate evidence properly, to maintain the chain of custody, and to maintain the physical integrity and evidentiary value of submitted items?
Yes, sir. That's what it says.
And it has the forms that you're supposed to fill out. Does it refer to those? And talks about how you're supposed to package evidence?
Yes, sir.
And nowhere in the Durham Police Department's Forensic Services Unit is there a copy of this that you've seen?
I'm not going to say that it is, and you asked me if I'd seen it. I've never seen it.
All right, sir. You did know, though, regardless of whether you'd seen this or not, that the SBI has a person or a section that does luminol. Did you not?
Yes, sir.
And that they will come out upon request and do a luminol spraying and photograph. You're aware of that, aren't you?
I know that they would come out and do the spraying. I'm not aware of the photography that they would take.
Can I approach?
Yes.
Do you notice it talks about luminol reaction can be photographed for display in court?
Yes, sir.
You had the SBI, just so we're all clear about timing, this luminol spraying is being done in the afternoon, actually the evening of December 10th, right?
That's correct.
The police had already had the house for, what, in excess of 36 hours at that point?
Yes, sir, that'd be a fair statement.
And we'll talk in a little while about the number of police officers who had been in the house, but at that point, you're getting towards the tail end of what you're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
And the SBI agent Deaver had been out the day before, right?
He had.
And had anyone asked Agent Deaver, can you send somebody out to help us with the luminol?
No, sir.
Did you think when you started seeing some luminol reactions that maybe you needed to get some additional help from the SBI?
Did I think it at the time?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. It was just being witnessed again by myself and three other persons.
And you did have cameras with you?
I did.
But you made no effort to photograph the reaction?
No, sir, I did not.
And I think you've said now several times the reason you didn't was because you had three other witnesses, right?
That's one reason, yes, sir.
But I asked you some questions about this on March 31st, didn't I?
I believe you did.
For example, when I first asked you on March 31st whether anyone attempted to take photos, your first answer was, no, sir, to do a photograph with luminol, you have to do it at night. Remember that?
That's the way I was trained, yes, sir.
Of course, it was night when you were doing this luminol, right?
That's correct.
So that wasn't much of an explanation for why you didn't photograph it, right?
No, sir.
Do you recall these questions and these answers after that? Well, do you remember what time it was that the luminol was sprayed on the upper part of the stairway? 7 or 8 o'clock that evening, December, that's correct. Dark out, fairly dark. Yes, sir, that's why we waited. And then I said, and so my question is, why was no effort made to photograph it? See that?
Yes, sir.
And your answer at that time was simply, I can't answer that. Right?
That's correct.
You didn't say anything at that point about, we had witnesses there and that's why we didn't need to. Did you?
No, sir.
That's an explanation that you've thought of since then.
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Rudolph, let's break for lunch. At this point, members of the jury, recall the court's instructions at all of our breaks. We'll see you at 12:45.
We were talking about notes and diagrams. Let me put up on the screen what's previously been marked as part of his State's Exhibit 151. Can you blow that up a little bit? Thank you. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. That's my rough draft.
Now, that's a rough draft of the kitchen area that you did on December the 9th.
Let's stop it there. It's 2:22. There's only 2 people in here. I still have a headache. I'm gonna go lay down, and we will pick up there where we left off tomorrow. So I will see you guys in the morning at 8. Be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you, and so do I. Hopefully this headache will be gone tomorrow. Bye, guys.